Hello, I hope you guys are all doing very well today. And today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Okay, so it is the 12th of January. And I said, I don't have anything to talk about. I'm just going to go live and say hi to everybody. So, hello to everybody, or at least the people that come in and chat with us. So, oh, we got people here. Look, there's people here. I didn't think there's gonna be anybody here. Hey, critters, good to see you. Voice, hello, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Hey, DB, Diane, Shalimar, electricity is out. Ooh, I hope you get your electricity back before the cold weather comes because it's going to be brutal, I hear. Not as brutal as those poor people further up north, but hey, Martin, good to see you. Hey, Nana, Flower Power. Good. So there's a lot of people here. Yay. Fun. Okay. So, a couple things that are on my mind. Obviously, the Soto Guerra murders, the murder of baby Fabian. Um, it crazy, crazy. By now, everybody has heard that they did in fact arrest a third person, which is just exactly what we all thought that it was going to be. And it was well, her name is Mirta, and Mirta Romanos is, they're calling her the stepmother of Christopher Preciado. I'm telling y'all, there are documents that show that she, in fact, is the biological mother. And the reason that people have made that connection is because they have been able to go back in and find like public documents, like a will from Mirta's mother. And the will says that, you know, if she passes away, the grandmother, if Christopher's grandmother passes away before he becomes 21, then Mirta will be the the executor of the estate, and she will manage his inheritance until he turns 21. And it was quite a fine inheritance. It was actually a rather nice house, a pretty pricey house, $250,000 home paid in full. So there are other documents that suggest that she is actually the biological mother. Now, one way that I might look at this that might be a little different, maybe that Mirta was married to the father Preciado, and now he is dead. So maybe she was originally Mirta Preciado, and then she maybe had a son, and she's not actually, maybe it's actually Ramon who is not the biological father. It's very weird. It's very strange. But anyway, so there is this ongoing argument about whether Christopher and Mirta are biological relatives or not. She also was not very honest with the police. She has definitely not been cooperating, and she made up a story about the gun that was found in her house, and they do believe that it is the murder weapon. But she claims that it's been kept under lock and key and no one's had access to it, and yada yada yada. So she's not telling the truth. She said that on the night of the 21st, which was the night of the killings of Fabian, Savannah, and Matthew, she said that she was asleep, that she was sleeping, and that she did not leave the house. She did not go anywhere. And yet now we know, because of the arrest, we know that she is seen by her own cameras. Listen to this. This is so great. I love this. By her own cameras, the cameras at the house that she's living in, those cameras recorded her leaving and coming home. And she left. If you listen, it seems like it's not very clear. The press did not ask questions of clarification, so it's a little confusing. Sage, quit. Hush. Do you want to go out there and fight and run with the big dogs? My little dog wants to go run with the big dogs. I know, honey. Mama wants to run with the big dogs too. Okay. So where was I at? That the cameras on their house recorded her, what sounds like she got in the truck alone, and then when she came home, she was in the same truck, but she was with Christopher and the father, Ramon. Now, when you hear that, it kind of makes you stop and go, well, wait a minute. Why wasn't Ramon in the truck with you? Like, was she actually driving the truck? So there's some confusion. Now, I'm going to tell you this, because y'all know I like conspiracies. And it's Wild Speculation Friday. Speculation Friday today, right? So you guys know I like the conspiracy stuff and I like the speculation. I kind of think that that person that we see stand up very quickly and then back into the car while Ramon is standing close by. Ramon himself is not very tall, 5 something. He's not a very tall guy. But the person that stood up and went back down, we were already saying, I see a ponytail. Like, that's a woman. And there was even some question when we first saw Christopher during the perp walk, the walk of shame. People said, I don't want to misgender this person. Is this a male or female? Because their body type kind of looks like a female. And then people started to say, well, it does look like a female that stands up out of the car and then goes right back into the car. There's a definite ponytail. I'm convinced of the ponytail. And if that's true, if it is in fact a ponytail, then what that means is that it would have been Christopher in the truck with Ramon, and it would have been Mirta, the stepmom, although I think she may be biological mom. They look alike. I think she was the one driving Savannah and Matthew, deceased. And if that's the case, then who the hell pulled the trigger? This is the weirdest, craziest case. I didn't think we could get any crazier than the Adelson clan. I didn't think it could get any weirder than Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. I'm telling you, the world is going insane. If you guys think the world has gone crazy, put one. Up is down, left is right, in is out. Like it's this is not the world I grew up in. In the world that I grew up in, there were rules and there were laws, and you followed them. And if you broke them, you got in trouble. And if you didn't break them, then no one messed with you. And that is not the world that we are living in today. From my perspective, things seem really, really, really crazy. It's really crazy. So, backwards world, absolute nuts. Yeah, it's the weirdest, craziest. It's like the crimes are just getting. Well, I'll tell you this, it makes you long for the days of Barry Morphew. That's the truth, because at least in that case, things were very logical, right? They made sense. These cases don't make sense. Lori and Chad, they don't make sense. This thing happening in San Antonio equally as crazy. It just doesn't make any sense. Unless, because it's Wild Speculation Friday, unless you imagine it may, yes, Voice for the Voiceless says it makes Chris Watts look normal. 100%. Again, there was some logic there. I mean, it was unthinkable what he did, but it was quite logical, right? I mean, the whole story, it was easy to see it. It was easy to put it together. This is so hard. Martin is going, really? Really? Agreed. I've been chastised. Martin slapped my hand. Okay, I'm done. I will leave that alone, Martin. Okay. So it looks, the story in San Antonio with baby Fabian losing his life when he legitimately could have survived, the death of Savannah, the death of Matthew, it looks crazy. It looks nonsensical. I mean, the current storyline, I guess you would say, the arrest affidavit, they're basically claiming Christopher was buying marijuana. Well, no, they don't say Christopher. They say someone was purchasing marijuana. We assume Christopher's buying the marijuana from Matthew in Savannah because they're all over their social media waving around stacks of cash that deep and guns. And he made a post about having $2,000 machine gun. He got 2 machine guns. He wanted $2,000. The way I read the post, it looked like he wanted $2,000 for the 2 machine guns. And that was like either on the day of the killings or maybe the day before the killings. So this kid, Matthew, was playing with some fire. Okay, he was. Let's just lay it all out there. And I've already said in my last video, I already said that the kingpins of the cartel and the drug world, those dealers that are really, making a fine living off of what they're doing, they don't go online and hold up stacks of cash and show you their Glock and, advertise that they're selling machine guns. They don't do that kind of crap. They don't want to attract attention, right? They want to, the kingpins, the big time dealers, they're flying totally under the rainbow, kind of like Barry Morphew does. Did I say that? What? Okay. They're flying under the radar. They don't want people to know. I think I'm going to have to let my dog out. Sager, hey, don't you ignore me, little miss. Come here. She is ignoring me because her dad came home, I think. Is he home? Sager, is he home? She's completely ignoring me. Okay. So the big time dealers, the ones that are really making some serious cash, they're flying under the radar. They don't want to be noticed by the cops. And it's exactly the exact opposite of what the small time dealers are doing. They're posting online. That's their advertising. They're advertising their business. Sage, quit. They're advertising their businesses. That's why they're putting those gang banging photos up there, right? They're trying to get people to say, hey, I want to buy something. So that they don't exactly say in the arrest affidavit, Christopher was buying weed. It just says that there was a weed, like a marijuana purchase, right? And so I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about this whole situation and how nuts, that it is, the people that were arrested for this crime and whatnot. I mean, it's like the Adelson, thing made over. And then I thought, well, hold on a damn minute. Let's think about this like Martin and AK would think about it. How do we know that Christopher was the buyer? What if Christopher is the seller? What if Ramon and Mirta are the kingpins? This is Wild Speculation Friday. This is a public service announcement. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's my imagination. Jules' imagination goes wild. Okay, but what if they are the kingpins? What if they are the supplier to Matthew and other kids in San Antonio that are in this whole drug culture? Um, this kid is advertising having machine guns. He's moving a lot of product, if that's true. Or maybe the operation was just beginning to really kick up, maybe. So if we think about Christopher was there to collect cash. Hey, look, we gave you so many pounds last time. You owe me this much cash. Where is it? And I know you want more now, but you got to pay up for what we gave you last month to sell for us. And then Matthew says, "Oh, dude, look, she's pregnant. We're fixing to go to the hospital and have a baby. We're fixing to go to the hospital and have a baby, and I don't have that. I don't have all the money. I only have part of what I owe you guys. But if you'll give me more to sell, then I'll make up what I'm missing." And Ramon says, "How many times have we let this slide?" So there is a scenario. Public service announcement. This is a moment of wild speculation, and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So please do not go around onto these other channels and say, "Oh, it was a drug deal." Don't do that. I'm telling you, me trying to make sense of it in my mind. Is there some reasonable doubt to this idea that sweet little Matthew and Savannah didn't do anything wrong? They're just having a baby, living their best life, and it is the quiet one, Christopher, who just wigged out buying a few edibles and decided to end the lives of 3 people. That's the current thought. But no one really can accept that. It just doesn't fit. The story is just crazy. And then we've got so many sleuths that are legitimately pulling up real documents that call into question, wait a minute, this family does in fact seem to have some cash. So what's going on here? Like, how is it that they have 2 houses that are completely paid off? And these are nice houses. These are not like little $50,000, houses in the barrio. They're good houses, middle class, not mansions, but good middle class regular houses. So there's some question, things are a little weird. And then I read an article in the newspaper, the San Antonio Express News, yesterday afternoon. The story was written by Elizabeth Zavala, and it would seem that Matthew, Christopher, and Ramon seem to be incredibly lucky people because they have been appointed 2 of the most powerful, successful attorneys in Texas. So the one that is representing Christopher, and she does have to be death penalty certified because, well, this Texas, we have a fast lane just for death cases. Monica Guerrero has been appointed to represent Christopher Preciado. He is charged with capital murder, multiple persons, abuse of a corpse, and altering, destroying, or concealing of a human corpse in the execution-style killings of the young couple and their unborn son. The father, Ramon, who is 53, his charges are charge of abuse of a corpse, weird, altering, destroying, or concealing a human corpse. And he got a court-appointed attorney. Again, this guy is a big name in the state of Texas. It's not like a new incoming public defender. His name is John J. Kuntz IV. And immediately I was like, John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith, his name is my name too. I know. I'm an old lady. So So then they go on to say, that Guerra and Soto were found the day after Christmas in Guerra's Optima, which had been left at the northwest side apartment complex. It's literally just 2 minutes from their house. Both had been shot in the head behind the ear. That is cartel. That's execution. Just is. Um, it's authorities believe there was a dispute over drugs. And we're all saying, I think the majority of what I've heard online, we're all saying Christopher got in the back seat. He's going to buy drugs from Matthew in Savannah because they're all over social media advertising that they're selling, and that something goes wrong and Christopher kills them. That's what we're all thinking. But maybe we're wrong. Maybe Christopher was there to collect money that they already owed for getting their product from the Preciado cartel. I already did Christopher's charges. Guerrero, who is representing Christopher. Oh, and then the third person arrested is Mirta Romanos, 47. The authorities think she's the stepmother, but again, she seems to be biological, or maybe the grandmother is the biological grandmother or something. Romanos is charged with abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and altering, destroying, or concealing a corpse. So her charges are a little bit different than Ramon's. She has not yet been given an attorney. Guerrero, who is he is appointed to Christopher. I'm sorry, she has been appointed. That's Monica Guerrero. She has been appointed to Christopher. She has been practicing for 30 years as a defense attorney and serves as a special prosecutor. She was the lead defense attorney for the San Antonio disgraced attorney Mark Benavides. Thank you, because she has been just crying and crying. Oh, my daddy's home. I'm live right now. Huh? I'm live right now. Okay. No, not patient. All right. For the what? Oh, yeah, good idea. Adios. Okay. Let's see. Guerrero was the lead defense attorney for disgraced former San Antonio attorney Mark Benavides, who is serving an 80-year term for trafficking of persons. Now, we're talking about, in this particular case with the attorney from San Antonio, he was one of those. Remember my last video, I talked about how there's like a super highway between San Antonio and Mexico. There is a super highway of drugs and illegal activity like nothing that you can imagine. And there's never a traffic stop. The cops don't even go. They don't even bother them. It's just a and primarily drugs. Mark Benavides got in trouble, got caught. They were bringing in trailer, like 18-wheeler containers full of people into the United States, bringing them into Houston. Then, some would be dead because of the heat. And then they would get basically sold into slavery. Sometimes it was sex workers. Sometimes it was house workers. It was a terrible, terrible thing. And he got 80 years for his part in this continuous trafficking of human beings, forcing women that he was defending, like his clients. He forced them to have sex with him during their, professional relationship together. Monica Guerrero was part of the legal team that defended this animal. Guerrero also defended Anton Harris, who is called the medical center rapist. And he is proudly serving not a 99-year prison term. So, see, in Texas, we don't really worry too much about giving life without parole. Our judges just give decades long, you know, terms that don't have to have special conditions. As a special prosecutor, Monica Guerrero secured a 65-year prison term for Miguel Angel Montez in 2020, again for sexual assault. It was aggravated. It was a gun was used. In 2017, Ramon's attorney, who is Kuntz Jr., website indicates that he's been practicing law for 23 years. He works in both the state courts as well as the federal courts. He represented Peter Ortiz Jr., who was basically on the FBI's most wanted list for 55 years. And let's say, as a suspect, because he coordinated an ambush style killing in 1962. If I remember, I think it was a state trooper. I'll have to go look. I think it was state trooper. Ortiz was charged with murder with malice, but his case ended up being dismissed because of, oops, a missing witness. Most recently, Kuntz represented Alyssa Weiss, 25, the last of a long list of co-defendants in a 2020 robbery that at one point had 7 people charged with capital murder. So they went in like Dillinger, shooting the place up. Weiss was the driver in the robbery, and the death of Jasmine Williams, her credit card was stolen after she was shot to death. Weiss accepted a plea deal reached between Kuntz and prosecutors for a 10-year adjudicated probation with 6 months in prison. Terrible. Terrible. Well, I mean, these are really great defense attorneys. They clearly know what they're doing. But it's, still horrible crimes, and terrible that they did not get the sentences that they legitimately should have gotten. So Romanos, so Mirta and the 2 Preciados, they're still waiting, obviously, for their preliminary hearings. I think so. Yeah. So they were awarded or paid for 2 very, very notable not only defense attorneys, but one of them is a special prosecutor, has prosecuted some really high profile cases in Texas, and then the other one has done federal cases. So these are some really notable guys, or woman and guy. So pretty strange. Now I got a little bit of hate mail. I'm not ignoring y'all. I was reading the Hey Casual Wine, welcome. Like the name. Diamond Paul. Why are we talking about Versed? Maybe they did snitch and the family found out and they decided to get rid of them. Mom did not make the call. Mom is still not cooperating. She's still not talking. I'm confused at why they kept the gun. So many people have said that. And here's my thoughts. Girl, that's me having a little sit down chat with Myrta over coffee. Girl, you need to take that gun and take it somewhere out there in those woods, and you bury a deep hole and you drop it in there, and then you cover that hole up, and then you put some sod right on top of it, pat it down, put a little water on it, and walk away and forget where you put it. Why in the world would she keep it in her house? True. I don't know. It's dumb. But look, this family needs to be on Scott Reich's dumb criminals thing. They're dumb. Like, this is the dumbest case I've ever seen. It very strange, right? So, yeah, something's not right about the whole situation. Um, Good afternoon, heavenly clouds. How are you? All right, I think I got everybody. Diane Marie, welcome. Good to have you. Critters. I never understand people holding on to a weapon. Me neither, girl. Okay. Well versed, not versed. You know you're talking to a medical person when versed means midazolam. That's right, Critter. I was like, are we giving out versed? What? Can I have some? No, I don't need any. I hate being sleepy. That stuff will knock you on your behind. You won't remember anything. All right. So interesting, right? It's a very interesting case. There's some curiosities here that we don't have answers for, but certainly we got a whole bunch of questions, don't we? Hey, Meezer Mom, welcome. Okay, so we got a lot of questions. So just curious, what are your questions? Like when you look at the murder of Fabian Soto Guerra, and you look at the murder of Savannah and Matthew, the case itself is very odd. It's very strange. What they're describing, the circumstances are, and the cops are not being very forthright either. They're not helping this confusion. They're kind of holding back as well. We did see this in Idaho with the Koberger case. Boy, that's another crazy. If you guys are not watching JLR Investigates for the Idaho 4 stuff, you're missing out. He got some public documents, some FOIA documents the other day that it's crazy. It's crazy. So there's a big question about why they tore that house down so quickly. I'm talking about they said they weren't going to tear it down until after the trial, and then they got the construction company gave them an estimate on one day, and the next day they were cutting off the gas and disconnecting the electricity wires, and the next day they were tearing it down. Like someone made a command decision and said, erase it, and I don't want anybody to know that we're getting rid of it. It was gone really before anybody really knew what was happening. It was crazy. Something weird there too. So what do you guys think? What is y'all's big question when you look at this particular case? What is the most perplexing thing to you about it? Like, what's the strangest part of it to you? I think for me, God, there's so many. I can't say which one I think is the strangest. So I think that it is incredibly strange that that they want us to believe that Ramon and Mirta did not know that this murder was happening, and that their only involvement was to come in like the cavalry and rescue their little baby boy. I don't believe that's true. The timing of it, the comments after Mirta's arrest saying that she got in the car, alone, and then returned with all three of them in the truck. I also don't believe, let me be clear on this too. I also do not believe that Ramon was in the back seat of that car. There's no way that Ramon was in the back seat of a Kia Optima with Christopher. They can't, literally could not fit. It would be like sardines in a can. But perhaps maybe that explains one shell casing found in the car. Maybe the initial one person was killed and then Ramon was outside the car. Maybe maybe uh, Matthew was shot second. He was trying to run. I don't know. It's a crazy set of circumstances. Um, I also find it incredibly difficult to believe that you would commit a triple murder because your marijuana deal went south. And yet the arrest affidavit specifically says marijuana. It doesn't say fentanyl or like the high dollar drugs. It says you can get in your car and you can drive 7 hours and go to New Mexico and buy whatever kind of marijuana THC product you want. It's recreational use in New Mexico. So why would somebody give up their whole life to murder 3 people about marijuana? I just don't believe that. There does seem to be evidence that Christopher was communicating with Matthew and with Savannah before this happened. I don't mean in the minutes before. I mean the days, the weeks, the months before. That they somehow did know one another. But I think Christopher definitely has been described as a loner, doesn't have friends. You look at his social media, the only person that seems to like what he puts up is, his mom. Um, but they do think that Christopher was messaging on a group chat, or not a group chat, like Telegraph, that he was messaging, and he's kind of like, oh man, I didn't know Matthew got killed. That's a shock. What happened? So that's contrived and weird. One thing is for certain, there's a lot we don't know. And this is really a crazy story. So just keep watching. Again, this family, they have at least 2 houses that are paid off. Nice houses, about $500,000. They've got 2 houses paid off, fairly nice vehicles, a business owner. How? Like, where's this coming from? And there is some suggestion. There's a lot of tragedy coming out of the Soto family. So Savannah's funeral was delayed, and it was delayed because the mother of Savannah was overwhelmed. And we can't forget that her 15-year-old son was killed in 2021. He was killed because her son, stole someone's THC cartridges. And that kid, Victor, he came back later and killed Edwin, the Soto's son, Savannah's brother. And then his trial was in October 2022, just last year. And during the middle of the trial, while the guy is on the witness stand, 4 of the Soto men, young people, I think there were 2 minors and 2 of age, in the courtroom, they attacked him on the witness stand and proceeded a beat down. Right there. I showed the video the other night. So there's a big history for the Soto family to at the very least violent interactions, a lot of revenge type of behaviors. And so you do have this poor woman. I mean, my heart is broken for Savannah's mom. I cannot imagine what she must be experiencing. Her 15-year-old is murdered or killed 2 years ago. And now here we are. Now her daughter is murdered and her grandchild. And so apparently she made some bad choices and tried to hurt herself. So I think it was the day of the funeral, And so they just basically had to care for her and get her to the hospital and everything. And so they put off the funeral till a little bit later. So this is a nightmare. And apparently, many of the Soto family, not all of the family, but some people in the Soto family were not documented. They were not here legally. And the only reason I bring that up, they still matter, still human beings. But the reason I bring that up is because you wonder, is there some connection to cartel? Is that is that why there's so much violence that seems to surround that particular family? You don't really see that with Matthew's family. When you look at their family, the dad was present, had them in sports, tried to give them an identity outside of this whole gangland type of identity. It's terrible. It's too much loss. It's the loss potential all by itself is just unsurvivable in my opinion. So, you have to ask yourself. Everyone knows in Texas. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that San Antonio's got a real problem. The youth there are in trouble because of this gang identity and the drugs and the violence. It's a thing. It's taken over. It's gotten really bad. And a lot of it is illegals coming back. They're not coming in and living. They come in, they stay for a few weeks, and they go back to Mexico. Then they come back, they stay for a few weeks, they go back to Mexico. And, they've got this super highway of crime that nobody's stopping. It's almost like the old timey, Italian mafia in New York, where you kind of get this vision that, somebody's getting paid money to look the other way, to be blind. So it's really sad. It's really disheartening, shocking, terrible case. Hannibal thinks that perhaps it was a coincidence that the little brother was killed right before Savannah C and S, right before C and S were killed. C and S. Hey, Liz, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, send me something, Liz. I love it. I'm thinking that it was not a coincidence that they were murdered right before she was supposed to have the baby. Hannah, you know what? I'm with you on that. And I have tried, in my mind, I've been trying to work out, could the baby somehow be part of this, right? I mean, clearly there was high emotion, without a doubt. So what are you thinking? Like, are you thinking somehow that Christopher had something to do with the baby? Is that what you're thinking? So, okay. So Critter Watcher says, when did Matthew start selling? Was it after he met Savannah? We've heard she was actively involved. Maybe she was the bad influence on him. No, I think that initially when the story first came out, I think a lot of people felt like Matthew was the main guy and that she was just sort of, that he was a bad influence on her. I think now we know, I think now we know she was actively selling as well. So again, it's no one's fault. No, in my opinion, my way of thinking about it, no one deserves to die, right? for the set of circumstances that we've been told here. It's a silly idea to think that you can murder a baby, an infant, for some marijuana. That's just nuts. So when I talk about these family influences, I'm not doing it in an effort to kind of say it's your fault or it's your fault. I'm not saying it's the parents' fault. I'm not doing any of that melodramatic stuff. I'm saying that there are some real historical influences that could have led to some of their lifestyle choices that made that, put them in some dangerous situations. And I think that when you look at Matthew's family, the history there, his brothers and whatnot, I think the dad, he seems like he was a very interested and involved father, that he was engaged with his kids' lives, and that they did extracurriculars, and that he did kind of follow the rule book on being a present and authentic and loving father. Okay. He also held them to certain standards of behavior. And some people have said, oh, he sounds abusive. Well, maybe he was just setting limits, which is a healthy thing. And I'm not going to say someone's abusive because they spanked their kid or whatever. I don't like spanking. I don't prefer spanking. I did not spank my own kids. My parents did not spank me. But I know that, sometimes that's people's way. And as long as you don't hurt them, there's laws that you have to follow. So the dad does seem like he was engaged, involved dad, and you don't have this type of violence, multi-generational, transgenerational violence, or at least it hasn't come out yet with the Guerra group, but with the Soto family, there's so much violence. I'm talking about between generations. But she was, her aunt said she's not innocent, but she was young. Very true. I stand with the aunt and with the family on that. But she didn't deserve to die. And Matthew didn't deserve to die. For damn sure, Fabian absolutely had a right to have an opportunity to live his life. And again, that's my thing, with Ramon and Mirta. If they really and truly did not have anything to do with the murder, they didn't know about it beforehand, they just were called by their son, and then they reacted, as protective parents, I guess. If it really did play out that way, then you say, well, they're being too hard on Ramon and they're being too hard on Mirta. And I am like, no, they're not. They need to be harder. They need to be harder on Ramon and Mirta because of Fabian. That's my only thing. If she had not been pregnant, or if she had been 4 months pregnant or 6 months pregnant, maybe I would feel differently. But I'm telling you right now, here today, that even once Savannah was shot, if they could have gotten an ambulance there, they could have kept that baby alive, and the baby could have been born and be alive and well right now today. They had more than enough time to get an ambulance there. So they contributed to the death of Fabian, for sure. Now, they may not have contributed to the death of Matthew and Savannah. That may have been out of their hands, that it really was just Christopher being emotional and overreactive and a tragedy occurred. That could have been legit. But when you're looking at just a 5-minute time frame, so 4 minutes sitting in front of the house, and then 5 minutes they're there disposing of the car and whatnot, they set the circumstances for the death of Fabian. And that's not getting that is the story that should be being discussed by the San Antonio Express, news. That is what the prosecutor should be focusing on. That is the kingpin moment in this whole case, the hook in this case, is that you've got two adults that apparently are smart enough that they can operate a very successful business, that financially they seem to be doing pretty fine. And you're telling me that they don't stop to say, oh my God, the baby is still alive. What can we do? They made a choice in that moment when they refused to save the life of Fabian. So that's why, in my opinion only, I think that the prosecution ought to be much tougher on the charges for Mirta and Ramon. Oh, who's in a boat? Not a good day to be in a boat. Pretty bad out there. Oh, Voice for the Voiceless is in the cold. Aren't you part of the winter storm that's just now getting to Colorado? Or I guess it'll get there later tonight. I agree, Nana. There's more to this story. Absolutely. Yeah, Karen is right. So here in Texas, our wind right now is crazy. But yesterday it was so warm that I turned my air conditioner on in my house. So we're going from like really warm, and now this Arctic blast is going to hit. So the wind is super bad. But still, Karen, Voice for the Voiceless is in the real cold. Not pretend cold. I did not know how many more winters I can handle this. This cold came a month early. I don't know how, as cold as it gets where you are, that's inhuman. Like that is the kind of cold that you can't leave your house. It's dangerous stuff. I'm close to retiring and would love to move a little bit more south, but have an elderly mother here. So there's that. Minus 27. My God. Can you guys imagine minus 27 degrees? Think about it. Think about it. So I hate layering clothes. Like I hate it. I hate the big puffy jackets, with the 400 grain, down fill. I hate all that. I hate feeling confined. And so I have bought, like I've really spent some money for uh wool underlayers and mid layer. And I found some leggings this year that were fleece lined leggings, and they're fabulous. So I bought some for me and my daughter both. Um, and I do have now the proper clothing that I can go out with, even, like when it's like, I don't know, 5-10 degrees. I can pretty much go out with like 1 or 2 layers of clothes on and not have a big heavy coat on and be comfortable. Like I'm good. I've got the right kind of clothing and shoes and everything. But at minus 27, I don't even know how you manage it. So Voices says, I'm layered up 3 on the bottom and 4 on top. There you go. See, I can't even, I would be a crazy person pulling, yanking at my clothes. And yeah, I hate the layering. I do. 27 degrees. That is just crazy. What is it? So how cold does it get at night, Voice? Diane still likes the cold, but not the Alaskan type temperatures. Diane, we lived in Kenai, Alaska for I think 3 or 4 years. We lived in Kenai, Alaska. We had foil over our windows because the sun would shine in, when you were supposed to be sleeping, or it'd be dark when you were supposed to be awake. And it was a great life for a kid. I think I must have been around 9, 10. No, I think I was like 7 to 10 or 7 to 11, right? because then when I went to we left there and went to Venezuela, and I know for sure I was in Venezuela when I was 13. So I think I must have been like 8 or 9 to about 11 in Alaska. And it was a great life for kids. Like it was great. We had the greatest time. But for PE, we had skiing for PE. Um, like how do you survive in a blizzard, things like that. And it was great. It was wonderful. Kenai was very small at the time. It was primarily oil company children. So our schools were quite small. There was a lot of military. There was quite a bit of military there as well. But it was just fun. Like even school was fun. Everything was just fun. And so it was a really great time. Everybody had their own, snowmobile. And even to this day, if I smell like a skunk, it's just a really good smell to me. I know people are like, what? That's so weird. It's a really good smell to me when I smell it. It's not a noxious odor or anything, but it comes from one of the favorite things that we used to do when we lived in Kenai is that we would get on our snowmobiles, we'd go back into the woods away from our little community. And there was an area that you could go to that was just a berry patch. It was just filled with berries, right? And so we would go out back there and we'd pick berries for our parents to make pies or whatever, or we'd just sit out there and talk and eat berries, just a bunch of kids. And so there were constantly skunks there. So the smell of the skunks is something that I associate with this really wonderful, experience. So Martin, I arrived in JFK dressed for an Irish winter. It was -30. I thought I was going to die on the spot. That was in December of 1983. My brain just doesn't know what to do with that kind of cold, Martin. And I'm with you. I got a lot of Irish in me. I got the skin cancer to prove it. So yeah, our genetics, we're not built for 30 degree below. That's terrible. So what did you do for clothes? The reason I asked this question, because one time we were at Disney World and we were waiting we had found our spot like on the main street because we were going to watch Spectro Magic, parade and everything. And it was so cold. We had gone during Christmas, Disney, and it was so cold. And the temperature kept dropping and dropping and dropping. And, we thought we had brought enough clothing, to keep covered up. And the next thing we knew, it was snowing, like legitimately snowing, not Disney snow, but the real thing. And so I went into the little, like one of the little stores, and people had bought all the sweatshirts. And I mean, people had just bought up everything, just trying to stay warm because it was so unexpected. And so we ended up even getting, because we did have some sweatshirts and coats. We ended up buying a bunch of like t-shirts that really were not our size, and then wrapping the kids' arms in t-shirts and then putting their sweatshirts back on. So it was like survival mode, right? In the outback. We figured it out, but it was not fun. It was a lot of wasted money too. I loved growing up in Alaska. We would summer in Willow and Seward. Seward is beautiful. Absolutely. So were y'all military, Nana? Or just indigenous? I mean, you just live there. That's your family home. Everything was thermal. Yep. Thank you, Justice Jane. You're so nice. I'll pay you later. Thank you. I had to have a day. I felt like I needed a mental health day. Things have been very chaotic and difficult, busy, a lot of hours. And next week it's going to get worse. I got another contract. So I'm not going to complain though. Not having a job, not working, not making an income is far worse than being too busy. So no complaints here. And I do love my other job too. Primal behavior. We were absolutely. Yeah. Dad was Army. There you go. Yeah, I'm telling you, I would move back to Alaska in a heartbeat. I just don't remember this minus 30 degrees though, even there. I know that it must have been that cold because like when it would be, I remember one time it was like 40, 45 degrees, but we were all outside in shorts, riding bicycles, and we weren't uncomfortable. But I had the big fur parka. I mean, I looked like a little Inuit. My arms wouldn't go down to my side. I'd be walking. So, have you followed the Hunter Andrew chaos voice? Oh my God. Um, I heard morbid. Okay, let me say this. Let me give you the background to the debacle. So I don't often cover cases related to children, and I have a professional reason that I don't do that. So this is ethics. I need to keep things separate. The things I do on YouTube, talk about on YouTube, really can't parallel what I do in my real work. So, or that's my choice. I know there's other psychologists that talk freely, but I'm not going to do that. Um, so I typically stay away from the kids, the crimes related to children. And so I do have some very strong opinions about Summer. And I have some very strong opinions about what happened, what went wrong. But I've kind of stayed away from it for professional reasons. Well, I stumbled upon a live that Morbid X did, and he basically had Candace and Don on his show. So I was driving. I couldn't see if they were actually on the camera or it was just like audio, like a podcast. But so she begins talking, and apparently she said something about the timeline that was wrong, right? Something that really and that then led me to trying to find out what the hell are they talking about. And apparently Hunter, the kid that we saw getting into the water with Summer, which I think is ominous. What do you think, Voices? Do you think that video is ominous? Do you think that Summer looks scared as he's walking into the water toward her? Me too. Me too. Totally. Okay. So I started hearing Candace with Morbid, and I was going, what are they talking about? So I started looking, and that's led me to this information about Hunter and Andrew, that apparently Andrew, who's like some creepy guy that does a podcast, but I don't listen to him. I hear about it through AB sometimes. Um, Andrew is Hunter's dad, and Hunter left town very quickly after everything happened. He did an interview with Chris McDonough. And then as soon as Chris McDonough interview finished and aired, Hunter disappeared. Oh, he left town. He went here, he went there, and nobody really knew where he was. I think you need to be looking. If you're listening to me, I think you better look at Hunter a little harder. So apparently something was said on this podcast just a few days ago between Hunter and Andrew that was wrong, wrong if you're using the timeline that was established by Candace and Don. Yeah, Hunter's father is Andrew. I thought she was talking Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, what a putz. That's all I'm gonna say. What kind of crack are you on today, Hunter? It was a debacle. It was a game. It was a clown show. It shows you what Hunter Biden thinks of the United States and the United States government, the office of the presidency. He's making a joke of the whole thing, and it's President Biden and Jill ought to, rip him a new one and tell him, you're on your own, buddy, after that little trick. So now Hunter's mom is said to be brain dead. What do you mean? Okay. Will you come up on and tell us, voices? A mess of money has been collected and now there's a new timeline. What? Okay. So voice voice is going to come up and instruct us. Okay, people, we're changing crimes. We're going from the death of Fabian, Savannah, and Matthew in San Antonio. Now we're going to go to the disappearance of Summer Wells. And apparently there is new information that has emerged this past week. So let's see what we find out. So 100% look into Hunter. Look, Martin, question. Do you think that old Hunter and Candace were doing the dirty, bumping uglies? Do you think? I think so, which she could be charged for, being a predator herself, not just Dawn. Let's see. Are you there, voices? I see you. Okay, I'm going to put you on stage now, okay?
Hey.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for coming up.
Hi. Hey, thanks for letting me come up. I don't really believe it's new information. That's the problem. Here's my thing. I think that it's a case of this kid doesn't realize what he's saying, how he's saying it. I honestly think that he doesn't realize the ramifications of his words. And I think it's being done for clicks and views, Jewel.
Okay. So, so first of all, do they really think that his mom is ill, brain dead, or just that she's dumb?
No, she apparently had pneumonia. And
Oh,
originally, I heard it stated that she had pneumonia and it went to her brain. Well, we know that pneumonia is in the lungs. It doesn't go to the brain, but pneumonia can impede the breathing, which can then cause a noxious brain injury. And I guess she went to stand up, fell over, hit her head, and was without oxygen for approximately 8 minutes. So she was taken to the hospital. They put her on life support, and it was said that she was brain dead. Now,
is she
new
alive?
things
Is
are
she still
emerging.
on life support?
Honey, I don't know. According to what I was just listening, as I was listening to I was listening to some of what Tiffany Marie had been putting out, and Tiffany's saying that she's fine. She just doesn't have a phone in her ICU room. Well, I don't know either way, but I know that a mess of money was collected, and it almost seems like Andrew set his child up to do a big money grab using the circumstances and the situation. And that's my bigger concern.
Okay, so
Not
eight
so much.
minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes is not enough to cause that level of brain
Right.
dysfunction. Not even
Right.
close. Like she
No.
might have a little bit of speech trouble. She might have a little bit of not being able to move properly, but certainly nothing.
Maybe some short-term stroke-like symptoms
Yes.
that with
Yeah,
some rehabilitation and some therapy
absolutely.
she would easily be able to come back from at 8 minutes. I know when I had a close girlfriend who's at the beginning of the virus, her husband got sick and he was down for approximately 16 hours. And that led to a full noxious brain injury.
Yeah.
And he was like, at that point, all brain activity had ceased.
Yes.
Now, I'm
Yeah,
more concerned about the aspect that Andrew and Hunter are playing on YouTubers' emotions, and
absolutely.
they're twisting stuff up at the
So,
disadvantage of Summer.
okay, so many of us here, hey Shimmer Soul, welcome. Many of us here, we don't really follow the Summer Wells case. So can you kind of
I don't
according,
either.
well, so the things that Hunter said in this the new interview with Andrew, how was it different than what he said with Chris McDonough, or even what Candace
Well,
said?
they
Can you kind of
clarified.
give us
They
both
clarified.
so that we know?
It's, it seems similar. I think that the timeline, I think he added in like another hour, making stuff off a little bit more. But that could also be a kid being flippant and being a little turd. Just that rebellious. This kid is also, if his mother is truly going through something, he could be acting out, whereas to get negative attention, but in the same, affecting the timeline. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do
Like, I
know.
think
Yeah,
he's out
sure.
here lying. I think he's out here lying to try to cause shit all over again with all of this. And I'm afraid too many people are going to fall into it. You get what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, I can't even imagine how Candace and Don ended up Morbid X to do an interview. That was crazy to me. So, what is the name? Like, what is the name of Andrew's channel? Maybe we could look at the video.
Andrew Hilt's Real Talk, or Real Talk with Andrew.
Real,
Let me see.
real talk.
If you can't get that to pull, I might be able to pull it on my end, see if I can get my other
Now they're doing birthday block
tab
party.
going. I mean, this is so insane.
My birthday
That was the other thing,
stream.
the timing of this. Today is Andrew's birthday. Yes, that's the other timing of it's. Look
Oh,
at the timing of this as well.
it was really just a big grift to get the cash for his birthday celebration. Donation
In my
stream
opinion,
for
yes.
Hunter. Is that the one where Hunter's talking? Donation stream for Hunter?
Hunter, yes. Yes, that's the one where he was talking. Now, I didn't watch that enough to know, like, I've heard the talk throughout the streets and listening to different lives that there was, a timeline change. So my thought is, why would you make a timeline change all this time later? Well, number one, because you might be possibly guilty of something, right? Number two, because you're trying to, that when you talk about that little girl or people talk about her, then it trends again and it starts the money making circus all the way around again.
Yeah, and it's an obscenity. The money thing with Summer has become obscene.
Gross. Absolutely gross.
Yeah.
I mean, this
Yeah.
this poor little girl, so much money has been made by all of these people talking about this minor child. I mean, that's what caused the whole fallout. When I stood up and said, hey, look, just because you guys deem them guilty doesn't mean that by the eyes of the law of Tennessee that this family is guilty of anything other than being crappy parents. That's it. That's
They hadn't
all.
arrested them. That they're still walking around free. So the
Yes,
sheriff
ma'am.
is not. I mean, the sheriff doesn't
Okay,
seem to be
so
convinced.
think about this. So one of the things that Andrew did say was that after he learned of this new thing with Allie being brain dead, Andrew made a comment that, well, even if we did go down there, Hunter would want to come back with us, and he can't because he's still in the state's custody. Okay, so what if the state is keeping him there until he turns 18 because when he turns 18 they can charge him as an adult? What if that's all they're waiting for, is for him to turn 18 and him to be able to be charged? Because he's still on paper. He's on probation, even though he's 17. He's openly admitting he's in a gang. He's openly admitting he has twins on the way.
Wow. Oh, he's got kids on the way. Oh my goodness. So where
Twins
is Hunter living?
at his mother's apartment. Apparently, that is Section 8, which that's going to become a problem if Allie's truly brain
Yeah.
dead. Correct?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. What
And
a mess.
again,
My
I
God.
I believe this isn't anything. I don't believe that this is truly anything to do with Summer. I believe these two, this father-son duo, are using Summer's name to grift out here and maybe they're going to change a timeline, so now people come to them and then they get the financial reward of the lies and the bullshit.
Okay, so Sandwich Maker, thank you, Sandwich Maker. Sandwich Maker said timeline change is that he told Chris McDonough he went home at 2:30 because he had a doctor's appointment. He told Andrew he went home at 3:30 due to a PO, probation officer visit. Wow.
Right. So
Wow.
yes, that
Thank
adds an
you, Sandwich
hour.
Maker. Thank you. Man. And that hour is significant because he's tying it to something that's verifiable. It's an appointment you can pull up and see.
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
So my thought was maybe he didn't tell his dad the whole story. Because what is the one thing that Allie had prevented up until all of this? Hunter talking on YouTube. Until Allie was put in the hospital, Hunter had not been on YouTube. Nobody had talked to him. And then what does his dad do? Gets him up there. He added Burger King, but I believe that Candace had verified the Burger King, that they got Burger King on the way in, not the way out.
I
So
thought
that
they
was
went
something.
to
And the other
Sonic.
thing I was thinking,
Didn't
they
they go
did.
Sonic?
There were two. There were two. It was Burger King and Sonic. Candace had verified. I'd heard that one, that Candace had said, yes, we did get. My other thought was, maybe law enforcement said there were some things that they shouldn't tell the public. And now these things are coming out. Anybody think about that one? Maybe it would
Say
be
that again.
details that maybe law enforcement has told them, not maybe told Don and Candace, look, these are the details to give. Don't veer from this. And now, because they weren't ever giving those, these other two think that these details should come out, but there's a reason that law enforcement didn't want the details out. Maybe because that person would be the person who is the reason Summer's not here. You know what I mean? Again, how do we know that these lies are not going to cause more interference in something that's already active and ongoing?
Sure. I mean, yeah, something like that where you've got an actual appointment that would be verifiable. You change that by an hour and basically say, check it out because I was with this person, or follow up on it, check out because I was with that person. There must be a reason that they need it to be an hour later. Right? Allie's mother knows, and her mother knows also. Now, did the grandmother die? For some reason, I thought that that Allie's mother died.
No, I don't think
The
that.
older woman, she didn't. Okay. Allegedly, Hunter got a call from his attorney during the live.
Yes, and the attorney said he was saying too much. Now, whether you want to, I mean, again, who knows who it was? I wouldn't trust anything. Think about where they're at right now. Think about what is going on in their lives. They have reason to change things, bringing financial gain, because they know that if they make a small change and everybody starts talking about it again, and they're the only ones with the details, where's the money going to come from? It's just another opportunistic grab, because if this were legitimate, y'all, this should go straight to law enforcement, and not one. If everybody had Summer's best interest at heart, not one person would be talking about this. It would go to law enforcement, and that's where it would end, right?
Agreed. And let me just point something out. That video that Andrew did where all this came out, 4.3 thousand views.
Yeah.
4.3 thousand views.
He might make $20 off of that, but for somebody who barely has cigarettes every day, $20 is a world of difference.
Yeah, 600, 700, 1,000 views is his norm, not 4,000. There was a grift. There was a wow.
Well, and we know that they're all liars. We know that they come from questionable character. Why would anybody fully buy into this? And if you really have someone's best interest at heart, why isn't this being reported to law enforcement and let them do what they have the power to do, not YouTube? We don't have any powers out here.
For sure, law enforcement now knows, right? Like, for sure.
Well, one would hope. I mean, one would
I would,
hope.
I mean, there's a lot of people that really, really hate Candace and Don that would be all too happy to give more information to the cops. And that's my opinion. YouTube statements can be used against you. If I were law enforcement, I would be questioning all the players again. Completely agree, Miss Justice. Yeah.
I agree
Look,
with that.
I don't know how that video, they've got times and places that are dated by electronics. It's just not likely that the story that was told is accurate. And that's not saying someone did it or didn't do it. It's just, okay, it's time for someone to start telling the truth.
Right. Just, but if he's changed this much of a time and made at a crucial time. Well, and he also said that somebody was walking around their property. Jules, that was the other thing he said. He said that Candace was on the phone with Dawn and there was some guy that was walking around their property.
Yes. Yes. But also, Martin brings up a really good point that Hunter tells this tale that he saved Summer's life on the day that she disappeared. Remember that she went under the water. No one else noticed it. He went running to go get her out of the water. Well, maybe there was some truth to that story, but it didn't end with him saving the day. So I think most people feel like, do what?
Okay, so then he talked about that it wasn't that hot out, but somebody else said it was blazing hot that day and they needed to use the air conditioning. I mean, so now they're bringing all of this back up, right? Again, what is it going to change? And if it's truly about,
it's going to change the amount of interest in the general public, it's all going to come back and people are going to be looking for their videos again.
Exactly. And then it's going to drive, and who's going to be the one that's benefiting from this if they change the timeline? That's going to now be Andrew and Hunter. And I get that it won't change if they all lie. Right. But if you look at what just transpired last night with all of the money going in, all of that, and now you've got a timeline change. I'm sorry, but I feel, in my opinion, for as long as I've been out here and I've watched everything surrounding it, this is being done as a way to financially profit with Andrew and Hunter by changing details of this little girl's case and her disappearance.
And
that's my opinion on it.
The fact that it's coinciding with Andrew's birthday, it almost fits with this problem reaction solution. Oh, well, we want to have a party. We don't have any money. How do we get money? I know, Summer. I mean, it's kind of, it's not like it happened a week before the
trash talking that they did on her laptop. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Terrible. It's awful. Hey, Alexandra, good to see you. Welcome. Hey, January.
Hey, Nacho friend.
Nacho friend.
Yes. Nacho friends.
Don't forget to
girl, I thought the same thing. When you said that, I was pulling my cup of coffee out and I was like, girl, I got questions on this one. I want your thoughts on what do you think about all this? Because I've been the same way. Like, I didn't want anything. I don't like to touch minor cases. If they're a minor, I don't feel like we have the right. That's their parents have the right to tell that story. We don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree, Martin. I think it was a big
Maybe
idea,
some
and it ended up being a
maybe
disaster.
Summer caught Hunter and Candace playing around and was teasing them. Yes, absolutely, Martin. Yep. Or maybe she's just saying, I'm going to tell Dad. And Candace was scared. There's no way to know. But I do think that it is just from perspective. I think that the fact that Andrew spontaneously jumps up with a story that we didn't hear from Candace or anybody else, spontaneously comes up with a story about how, oh, well, I mean, she went underwater, nobody else saw her. I grabbed her and pulled her up and saved her. That's very strange that a mother wouldn't comment on that. If I was somewhere, because look, everyone can get distracted. I'm not holding anyone to some standard of perfection as a parent, but we can all get distracted. Things happen, unfortunately. But if you got distracted or you were doing something else, your child goes underwater, another kid grabs her and pulls her up, and she's safe, but she's coughing and, carrying on. Are you going to forget? Or is it going to make you more aware and more involved? You'd just be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, carry some guilt. So the fact that Candace doesn't bring it up at all, nobody brings it up at all except Hunter
Oh,
kind of.
yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I got one for you. Sorry. My camera's making it all funky.
Okay.
I have a girlfriend who they went Christmas shopping. And they took the youngest with them, but he was just an infant, and the baby was so well behaved, and he was such a good easy baby. They got out of the car and they completely forgot the baby and were in already into the yep, and you know, so and this is a person who is a parent that, I mean, I have when I didn't believe her when she told me, I'm like, oh, you're lying to me. I mean, she's the like the mother of the year candidate. But you know what? All
Mhm.
it takes is for one's, your mind gets a little bit going before the rest
Distracted.
of everything else. And you old muscle memory pops back in, and a mistake can happen that quick.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. There was a case, I think it was in Georgia. The dad, so usually the mom would take the baby to daycare. The mom and dad worked. They were both professionals. I think the mom may have been a nurse and dad was like a computer programmer or something. And it was normal for the mom to take the baby to work, to drop her off at the daycare, and then she would go on to work. For some reason or another, the dad had the baby that morning. And the dad was supposed to drop the baby off. He stopped, he got coffee and a McMuffin or something, and
Oh,
went to work.
yes.
Just drove to
Yes.
work, got out of the car. The car seat was behind his seat. It wasn't, on the other
Yep.
side where he could see.
It
And
was Georgia. Yep.
worked
Yep. It
all
was
day
Georgia.
long. Didn't even think about the baby. And of course, the baby did not survive. It was, like they said, like 160 degrees inside the cab of the car or something. But
Oh,
there's an example of a nightmare, and it wasn't malicious, and it was just literally getting distracted, doing something out of the ordinary, and just forgot what they were doing. It's horrible, scary, very scary. 1 month
I
ago,
don't know. I don't know about the milk jugs. I just listen, if it were a hot day, um, I've been a kid that plays in a pond or a creek to cool off, be wet, ride in the back of the pickup. You get a little bit chilled, then you get inside the hot cab where, it's like a cooking sauna. She easily could have been just napping on the milk. Very easily could have been just napping on the milk. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you. So I wondered, okay, because there were the position of the hands. There were some medical, physical, scientific reasons that I thought she might be deceased.
Right.
And And so I thought, okay, well, let me see. And so I actually did get a jug of milk, bought it from the store to try, because the coolers have to be a standard temperature, right? You would think that would be pretty standard.
Right,
Got the
right.
jug and held it up to my face and said, let me see. And I mean, it did not take long at all. I don't remember now the time. It was less than a minute. I don't remember what it was, if it was 30, 40, 50 seconds, but less than a minute. I had to move it because my skin felt like burned. So I have zero
Okay.
belief
So if we took,
and
okay.
now, one thing is different, because I got the milk and went straight to my car and put it against my face. Okay, so it was very, very cold straight out from the grocery store.
Okay. That
The
was going to be what I was going to ask. Did you
Yeah, so
leave it
the
in the
story,
car?
right. So the story was they got the milk, it was on one side, and then when Hunter got out, that's when it got transferred over next to her, correct? So with the
Right.
heat that day, I guess it wasn't as cold as what I tried. But nevertheless, it was very quick that I said, dang, that's like literally burning my skin. So it's hard to believe. Okay, so January
Well, and
says
that's
34 degrees, so which is just 2
yep,
degrees above freezing, right?
yep,
So
yep.
so that she could lay on it and fall asleep and not
But
move,
think
it's
about what
hard for
think
me to
about what you
believe.
just said. Think about what you just said. He got out of the car, the milk got moved over,
Yeah.
and then she easily flopped on it. It doesn't mean that she stayed on it. They took the picture. She could have easily then moved off the milk in just a few minutes.
But the location where they took the picture is only a few miles from where she turns off and goes home.
Oh,
So
okay.
so
Okay.
it was pretty close. I think if I remember correctly, it was like 10 miles from where her house was, where the long driveway is. So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. My personal opinion is that she is deceased in the picture. Her hand position is not right for a sleeping child. There's some things that
Could very well
suggest
be.
that,
It
yeah,
could have been a dry drowning.
at
That's something
100%. Yes.
that is something that nobody has taken into consideration with this. She could have gotten so much water lodged up into her sinuses from going under, and then putting into that position, it tips the head back. Eventually, the sinuses start to drain. I mean, it could, there could, and hell, in that we could both be wrong, and she could be alive.
Yeah.
And we could both, again, it's wild speculation Friday.
It
This
is
seems like
wild speculation.
it seems like a little bit safer of speculation than what these other people are trying to do. And this is less exploitative than that, in my opinion. It's a conversation,
Yeah,
right?
no,
They're
yeah, agreed.
they've got a big financial reward on that one.
So Martin says he finds it very strange that they want to get this photograph of Summer on the milk jugs. I kind of agree. The story, if I remember, it's been so long since I've even thought about this whole case, but didn't she say that the way that Summer was sitting, she looked like Dawn? Is that what they said they wanted the picture?
I don't remember why she took the picture. I don't remember why. I just remember thinking that's weird.
Yeah, it was
That's
strange.
weird, but
Yeah, it was strange. Um,
there isn't anything about them that is. Here's the thing. I believe that logic is like perception, I guess is the better way to put that. Because what seems logical to me might not seem logical to you, but what seems logical to the Wells definitely doesn't seem logical to either one of us, right? We don't
yeah, well,
think
they're just
like
different.
they think.
Yeah, they have a
Right,
different
different cultures,
worldview. Yeah.
right. Um, So yeah, I don't know. What I do know is that I didn't like what I saw happening yesterday, and this whole change of a timeline. This now changes from here to there, and then it's somebody's birthday, but we do this big long cash grab, and it's on
And
the
the attorney
premise
calls
that
in.
Hunter's mother has passed away.
Yeah. It,
I mean, yeah, there's
no.
just so much other that makes me again go, yuck.
For example, so what they're wanting us to believe is that the attorney himself just watches YouTube crime and says, "Oh, look, my
Yeah,
client is
yeah. The
talking.
attorney has nothing
I
better to do
better,
on a Friday night.
yeah, I better call in and tell him he's said too much and that he needs to stop." That didn't happen. We both know that's not real.
What's that attorney's spidey sense? What's that attorney's spidey sense? Oh, my client Hunter Hiltz is on YouTube. Oh, I must call him and tell him to stop talking. He said too much.
Not real. Not
Get
real.
out of
That was
here.
that was interjected to make
I
it
don't.
look real, to make it seem real. That was part of the grift.
That was probably Hunter telling his girlfriend. It's probably exactly.
It
There's
could
the
have been his
word.
girlfriend.
It's a grift.
It is a grift. It's
That's the same
it's
thing I was thinking. He probably told us.
heat stroke to cool her down for being locked in the car at the grocery store. They said, didn't they say an hour and a half Candace was in the grocery store? So that's an awful long time for those kids to stay in the car. But maybe Hunter didn't stay in the car. Maybe Hunter went in and it was only Summer that stayed. So, see, there's a lot of different possibilities for what happened that day. It is impossible to say which one is likely, but none of those stories leave Hunter out. He has to be a part of all of them. And again,
Okay,
he's the
so
one that came up.
and even with all of that, if that wild speculation were true, don't you think in the last 2 years of crap that Wells have just gone through, that truth wouldn't have come out somewhere in there? I mean, they've lost the rest of their children. They have had to leave the family home. They've had to go somewhere, live somewhere else. They can't even be there to look for their own kid. They can't even be
I
there to
didn't
be
know.
in their own home because they've lost all employment opportunities. I mean, like, they lost everything.
I did not know that they were not living in their on their hill. I didn't know that. So where are they now?
Yeah, there was a news article on Arkansas doing stuff in, like,
Why are they not?
Don's working out of Arkansas, and Candace and him were staying in Arkansas.
Huh. Wow. Yeah.
Probably because he had to go where the work was.
Yeah. Well, Martin's bringing up a good point. So the jug picture reminds him of Barry Morphew, and the photograph you're talking about at the pizza place, that the photographs they're a tool
Yes.
to alter the timeline, to make people think that person was still alive at that time or at that location. So whenever you run across a weird picture and you don't really understand the point of it, sometimes you ask yourself why. Like, what was the point of this picture? Um The sunbathing picture. There's a sunbathing picture again, timeline, and there's what do you mean when JLR found them?
Oh, when JLR found Don and Candace in Arkansas, went to their hotel room, knocked on the door.
No way
YouTube
he found them.
Oh, yes, YouTube has harassed these people so much.
So JLR tracked them down to Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. He's been in Texas for a long time down at maybe that's how he knew they were in Arkansas. He's been in Texas, the like Eagle Pass and all
That's
the
a great, he's doing great coverage there. He's
yeah,
doing
the
great
undocumented.
coverage there.
Yeah, but
Like
that's
that is great, perfect for him. He's not hurting anybody there. And what he is covering is making a great, it's giving
it's
great perspective.
contributing. Yeah, it is. It's giving factual information about what is truly happening. Yeah.
I will leave him alone. I will leave him alone when he's there. But,
so
you know, because go ahead.
well, I was going to say Justice Jane brought up a really good point here, that Hunter's a liar, that people say he's a kid, he's old enough to get some girl pregnant with twins, but that may be a lie too. And I think this is one of the points that you know, Voices and I are talking about addressing is because this case, the disappearance of Summer, because it was transformed into, well, I'll use the words of Molly Golightly, it was transformed into a cash cow, right? Not that Summer's the cash cow,
Yes.
but the discussion of the case became a sure dollar in your pocket if you were a YouTube creator. If you do a live about Summer Wells, you're going to get thousands of views and people are going to give money and it's all going to be about, for Summer, find Summer, blah, blah, blah. But is it really instrumental in getting anywhere, or is it just people giving money and that feels good? And of course the creators getting the money is feeling real good because they got a lot more money. But it's it's exploitation on the highest level. It's not reporting a case. It's not discussing the facts of the case. It's something different. It's like a club. It's very strange. I don't know. Martin says circus is the word you're looking for. Circus, maybe you could be right there, Mark. Yeah, so this newest little trick that now someone said earlier in the side chat and I missed it. I meant to go back and talk about it. That apparently Allie got upset not long ago, several weeks ago, got upset because Andrew was saying that he was going to talk to Hunter about the situation, what happened with Summer, and that Allie was really upset about that. And this apparently was a conversation that happened on YouTube. Is that right?
Well, I don't know about that, but that lines up with the fact that up until Allie was incapacitated or at a point where she were unable to keep that from happening, at the first opportunity, it happened. So I agree that that's probably been said. If you read it in the side chat, I would dare to say there's some legitimacy to that statement, because up until she were incapacitated, he hadn't spoken out here, had he? Nobody had heard from him. He's a minor. And on top of that, how much was Andrew really in Hunter's life? I know that that's not for us to decide, but he doesn't even talk to him. There isn't a father-son relationship there. There isn't the standard.
I wonder how he even, well, I guess he ended up getting Hunter on the live because Hunter was worried about his mom. I guess
and they needed stuff. They needed groceries and toiletries and stuff. So
okay, that makes sense.
Because of Allie having pneumonia, falling, hitting her head, being without oxygen. They brought her in to the hospital, put her in a medically induced coma, and then from there, it was said that she was brain dead. Now it's being stated that that's not the truth. Again, I don't know how any of this couldn't be real life, because the minute you are like, well, this has happened, we all should have taken hands off. Nobody should have wanted to cover any of it and just let them do what they did. If they
Because it's
grifted,
so
they
horrible,
grifted,
it's
right?
tragic. Yeah, it's so tragic. It's terrible.
Right. Well, and how is it not real life? That's this kid's mother. It doesn't get any more real life than that. And now people from YouTube started calling the hospital to verify what's, oh yes. Oh yes, Jules. You wouldn't even believe. This is even worse.
Why would you call the hospital? Don't mess.
Because they want to prove
Don't bother
that
the hospital.
because they want to prove that Andrew and Hunter are lying.
But you're disrupting the functioning of the hospital.
Well, that doesn't matter. Think about this. YouTube didn't care that there was somebody that was helping Katie's family. They didn't like that it was me helping Katie's family, and look what it caused. Family and I still talk toxic every day.
Things are very toxic. It's really,
again,
go ahead.
It's, in my opinion, it's all wrong. Like if we're not going to do it, and I don't know. I'm at a loss at this point. I think I've talked myself into a complete quandary. I don't think she's a dumpster child. I don't ever think a child is a dumpster child. That's a Bullhorn Betty term. I think that all children's lives matter. Whether they're missing, whether they're right here, whether they're 5 minutes away, children are the only reason. I mean, like, we owe it to kids to do better, because that's what we're going to leave them, this shit show.
Yeah. Yes, Justice Jane. That would, we had the horrible type of pandering and grifting, all related to Gannon Stout, the murder of Gannon Stout. Yep. That reached a level that was obscene. And the same thing with Summer. I had been rather happy that things had gotten quiet and died down related to Summer. That doesn't mean the cops are not doing their job covering it, but the never-ending Summer, that's not doing anything to find Summer. There's no new information coming out. A lot of it became about the personalities that were involved in the infighting for whose club is going to be on who. And it didn't have anything to do with the child or the conditions of the disappearance or anything like that. It became about the right
fight. It became the Summer Wells right fight. I'm right about this. I've been here since the start. I'm the authority.
Yes. And who owns Dawn and Candace? Oh no, they're my friend. I own them. No. I'm a better friend to them than you do. Things just got super weird and strange, and the best.
And then in the end, who was their friend? Nobody was their friend, because everybody recorded them. Everybody recorded them. Everybody put their calls.
All about money. That's all they. It was no friendship. It was only about cash. That's all it's about. It's terrible.
That's it. That's all.
So, but actually thinking about the case itself and the people involved, there was some very questionable behavior going on between Hunter and Candace, and there were pictures. There was reason to believe that was a real thing. There was historical reasons that would make it seem like it could possibly happen, but in the end, there were too many different possibilities for what could have happened to her. And I think the cops have been very quiet And I think that's because they are absolutely still investigating. And I think
I agree.
somebody will end up getting held accountable for what happened to Summer. But
And
I don't want to join that circus. It's crazy. It's Gonzo. I spent time with them and didn't record, but yeah, it got real bad real quick. You, sir, did not record. And
that's
that's
because
because you're
Gonzo has integrity.
because he's got
Gonzo
integrity.
Gonzo is one of the ethical creators out here. I mean, I know of a couple others that have done some things and they don't go around bragging about it. They just go and do. I mean, a lot of us give. We were taught when we give, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is giving. Right
Correct.
doesn't get to know what left gives. Left doesn't get to know what right gives. We
That's
just
right.
give.
And you're not making a purchase. You are making a contribution. You're not
correct.
you don't get anything in return.
I wish more people would see it like that.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a real, it's a very sick, very sick. So Martin brings up another good point here about the cornbread mafia, because that is of everything in this case with Summer. Two things that stand out to me. One thing that stands out to me was Hunter going into the water, walking towards Summer, and my inner sense, for some reason, and I cannot tell you why, it felt ominous to me. And maybe that's because I've seen too many Hollywood movies and it was just my imagination, or maybe it was something more, but it felt bad.
Okay,
the
so
other part of that bothers me tremendously is the cornbread mafia statements that ultimately caused Candace to really break down. I think that's one of the few times that we really have seen an authentic emotion from her, where she wasn't like trying to protect herself or just trying to sort of detach because it was really overwhelming what was happening. But you can't attribute a reason for that. You can't look at her crying and saying, see, that's proof that something happened. Remember the guy in Austin? Everybody was convinced that he killed his baby and wife. Everybody was convinced of it, and it turned out to be her best friend.
Oh, yes, Shane, Heidi Broussard.
That's exactly right. So
Megan Paramuska.
Yes. So really all you can do is acknowledge that for some reason, that moment, that term, that statement, cornbread mafia, for some reason that really had a profound effect on Candace, but you do not know why. You cannot be a mind reader and say, well, she cried because of this, or we do not know why. We just know it was a powerful, important moment. But we don't know why.
It also could have been the moment that she finally hit her breaking point. Like that could have been the moment.
Meltdown. Sure.
Yep, that could have been the moment that everything came to the top and like it really became real for her. And we may have been seeing real, raw, uncut emotion. And it may have been that phrase, but I do believe I agree with you on that. I think that for me, that was my moment that it was like, okay, this is real for her. Because I've sat with families. I mean, I've got one family that just hit 6 years of their son Kyle being missing. And then I've got Danielle's family that's at 3 years of her being missing. And the difference in those parents, it's about a 3-year gap in them, because Kyle's parents and son and cousins and siblings have all come to the realization that he's been gone 6 years. Danielle's family says she's only been gone 3. We still have hope. It's not 6.
Wow.
So it's the same thing. We are January.
Really awful. It's really awful. One of my things, for me, I think just personally, it's terrifying thought to me for someone to go to prison for something they didn't do. Like for an innocent person to find themselves in prison for the rest of their lives. like it's a horrifying feeling for me. Maybe one of my phobias, right?
That might
So,
be my worst fear, is being put in jail.
oh, it's such a scary thing. And so, you know, there's only really been one time that I really believe that they've put somebody in prison for the rest of his life, and I think the man is innocent. Like, yeah, I'm convinced of it in my soul. I'm convinced of it. So I'm not like blanket saying, oh, everyone is innocent. You know, they say everyone in prison is innocent, right? But I do know that there are very specific cases where they make mistakes for whatever reason. Maybe it's a dirty cop. You know, you don't know why or how these things happen. But at the same time that one of my worst fears is for an innocent person to lose their life to prison for something they didn't do. I think one of the most horrifying thoughts for me is to accuse a parent who's lost a child either through death or abduction or whatever, to accuse them that they harmed their child, that they killed their child or sold them or whatever, and legitimately they didn't. I cannot imagine how somebody would survive that. No, be loving their child, not being involved in their disappearance, and then having the whole YouTube community believe that they were. That it must be hell. So but some of these cases it's hard to believe. And I do think that Candace knows what happened to Susan Summer. I didn't say that she did it, but maybe,
You think
maybe something happened at the fishing hole, the horse, watering hole, but something's wrong. Something's wrong. Somebody knows what happened to her. Why would somebody now? I did put hold on. I did put a comment up that someone said, here it is, Pamo. Okay. Jody Sue's son was always on the hill, hiding and watching.
Oh, could that have been the weirdo that they ran off the property?
Yeah, see? That's what I was going to say. You
Now
remember a
that
while ago when you said
okay.
that Hunter said that she was on the phone and they were complaining that somebody was back up at the house.
Yes, because he said that Candace was on the phone with Dawn in the
Yeah.
house when
Yes.
somebody was walking around on the property
Yep.
that had been being inappropriate towards children. I
One
mean,
of the boys, I think, wasn't it?
I don't
Uh,
I,
well,
I don't
he
know
said,
because
yeah, Hunter said something about being inappropriate to the children, but I think later on one of them said that it involved one of the boys. Later on, not with Chris McDonough.
okay. Well,
So,
that lines up.
it does. And so I get really interested when you get two or three seemingly unrelated statements, they kind of match. That gets interesting. That speaks of truth. Not, hey, let's get on a podcast and get people to donate a lot of money and then, oh, I got to go because my lawyer called. That does not
Well,
seem real.
and this goes back to the original conversation that you, Ryan, and I had year 2 ago when we
Mhm.
were explaining that there are some things that if a YouTuber were to find, there could be rhetoric, and it could be the one thing that prevents justice from happening. And if this
Yeah.
is a change really in this case, then in my opinion, more YouTubers should stand up, take note. And if they really truly have this little girl's best interest at their heart, they need to do what is put on their heart to make sure that this goes to the right people and doesn't become an extenuating of the money making circus. You see where I'm, does that make sense?
Yeah, get on the phone and call and say, hi, you may want to turn on this channel on YouTube right now because Hunter just changed the timeline. But you say that to
There
the
you
sheriff's
go.
department. You say it to the
Right.
police officer so they can start recording the podcast.
Right. And that
Right?
doesn't mean then that you then in return go live for the next 47 million bajillion 11,700 hours talking about
How many
said
zeros is that?
changes. That's like 14 lives.
No, yeah. Um, no, I've been very careful. I try to steer away from a lot of these kid issue, cases. Not that I'm totally hands off, but I may do one or two lives, talk about what happened, and then kind of move on.
Because you have ethics.
It's
You have to think about this. So many people came out here to give themselves a voice because they had fallout with another creator, because they came to that creator and they were there with that creator for true crime. And then for whatever reason, the toxicity of the parasocial relationship happened. They had fallout. So then they go build their own channel. They start doing it. And there is no how to course, or there is a how to course, but the average ordinary person isn't going to go look at that. They're just going to go figure out how to click go live and then fire it up and start doing what it is they do, because then there's a financial reward and then they become wired to do that. And they forget the joy because then they get so addicted to the live streaming high. And I've had my own battles with it. That's part of the reason that when I do live stream, it's going to be something that's a little bit more healthy than me just getting pissed off and screaming and yelling in the camera all day. We go do the fish, we go to the pool, we go do those things
love
because
the
that's going to
fish.
bring joy to someone.
Those crazy fish are out there in minus 27 degrees. My God, my brain cannot manage that.
That
That's
water's
crazy.
warm. That water,
How
Jules,
does it?
that water in that pond is about 103 degrees.
How does it? Is it not a natural spring?
Yeah, it's a mineral hot springs. It comes out of the earth at like 109 degrees. Right back
Oh,
across the street.
yeah.
Right back
You, yeah,
across
you were
the street.
you
Yeah.
were telling me about talking about if anything goes into it, it corrodes or something. Yeah,
Yep.
I remember you did tell me that before. I just wasn't thinking about
Yep.
it now, but still 20 minus 27 still way just too brutal for me. So
Oh, it's not bad. I mean, like, here, look, it's really not.
look at mountain lady voice for the voice.
It's not
No,
that
come
bad. I mean,
you're gonna freeze your tits off. Get your butt back in the
I
house.
got I got my North Face. I got my North Face on. It'll be fine. I mean, I pop out here I can handle it. I throw my house coat on over the top so that I can, do a couple puffs off on a cigarette. But yeah, much more than that. I make sure that I put my gloves on and I have a scarf, so everything, and then I throw my hood on over it. It's ridiculous right now. I went out I started my car and then I had to go. I just went and drove. We drove around and went and looked. I didn't get out of the car at all. Just because it's so, you don't mess around outside in these temps.
So is it really still when it gets really cold like that?
Oh yes.
Like
Um,
everything just
right
feels
now,
wet.
yep, everything, like the dew point is 18 below. That's what it's running at right now. It feels like it's 18 below. And that's where our dew point is. So it's very crisp.
Yeah,
And like when you step outside, it's so cold that it instantly takes your breath away. When you breathe
absolutely.
out, it freezes. It'll freeze right around your nose and your lips. It'll freeze if it's warm and wet, it'll instantly freeze. And then it will get into your throat and your lungs and it freezes. You can it takes your breath right away.
That's great. Gonzo likes that cold weather like that. It's not natural. Need to be down
Yeah,
there with the
Cody is
dolphin.
yeah. Cody's a little bit worse. They're they're right in the mountains and the wind always blows over there. So they're always about 8 to 12 degrees colder than where I'm at. I'm almost the dead center of the state now. So
Wow. Yeah. I
It's
just don't, even living in Alaska, I don't remember it being that way. But we were in the woods, right? But we were almost, I mean, Kenai is pretty far north. So, but I was little too. So I probably just rolled with the punches. I can
so
remember
I've
being
got a
bundled up, in a big fur, Eskimo
yep.
jacket.
I got a girlfriend that lives up in Soldotna, and we were talking 3 nights ago, and it's actually warmer there with no snow. We have more snow and it's colder here than what it is in Alaska, what it was 3 days ago.
Wow. Well, we kind of had that experience here in Texas when things, froze over for a week. Um, we were colder here, and I'm right at the ocean. Like if I walk out, I can
Yeah.
go right into, the uh, Gulf of Mexico. But it was colder here than it was, I think, in Colorado at that time. If I remember, the connection was like Marble, Colorado, compared to here in
Uh-huh.
Galveston. And we were like 15 or 17 degrees colder than it was in Colorado. It was so cold here that so the top. Okay, so my main living space is actually elevated.
Right.
My house is on stilts, but I have an
Well,
office and everything downstairs that was added later.
yeah.
So if you're in the main part of my house, the living room looks out to the water, and I've got French doors all the way across the front. And we literally, to be warm, we opened up all the French doors because the air coming off the Gulf was warmer than, obviously, than the air that was coming in from Austin and Oklahoma and Alaska. So yeah, it was definitely a weird time here, but no minus 30 degrees. That my brain can't deal with that.
That's the thing. I mean, once you hit zero, it's
It's
you
cold,
don't
right?
notice. Yeah, I mean, you don't notice you add another take another 30 degrees away.
It's just
You don't
another degree, right?
right. It's what you notice is how long you can handle being out in it. Because then
Oh yeah,
that's because for every because what it does is it just decreases every minute that you can, so if it's 30 below, you should be out for approximately 3 minutes before hypothermia can set in, and hypothermia will set it'll set in the fingers and the toes first because they're
yeah,
farthest away from the heart, and you can
right.
even be covered and still have hypothermia set in and not realize it. My mom got frostbite on her toes one year elk hunting. And I mean, she almost lost 2 toes. Um, it took months for them, and like her toe turned all black, and it was just awful.
Wow.
And it was
Yeah.
it was because they were out elk hunting and her feet got too cold. Her right foot got way too cold.
Wow. Well, anyway, so my daughter, and not my daughter, but her husband is so glad that there's finally snow. They had not gotten hardly any snow in like the Aspen area. Um, so they're really excited because this weekend, while y'all are freezing to death, they're going to get like 15, 20 inches of snow. So they're super excited about that.
We got three yesterday. We got inch and a half overnight again. I'm about done with this. This normally happens in February. It's happening earlier, and so that just means that February, March, and April are going to be miserable.
Yeah.
We will probably
Yeah.
have a really long cold, and that it is what it is. You can't change it. You just
Yeah.
learn how to dress appropriately, and the clothes that I wear up here are going to be totally different than you wear down there. So if you need some warmer clothes, holler. I'll send you some from up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, so I've done pretty good now. I've gotten 3 sets of really good like base layer and mid layer. So
Cuddle
I've
duds.
a
Cuddle
good
duds.
cuddle duds. Yeah.
Yep,
So
you gotta get the real cuddle duds, and then
yeah.
merino wool socks, because
Correct.
you
Well,
only need,
my leggings, my base layer is wool as
yep.
well. And then,
And
like
if
I
you could
said,
do a
I
wool
found
base layer, yep.
yeah,
Merino
but
wool
I
is
found, go ahead.
merino wool is the absolute best for that because it wicks and it will keep you so warm, but it just takes the moisture right away.
Yeah,
Your feet, your body will.
yeah. Well, my thing, it was same with my daughter. We live in the South, right? So we're not used to all the clothes, and it feels really confining. So she kind of figured out, how do I dress warm and not have a lot of layers? And so it's expensive, like the fleece lined leggings that I bought, they were expensive, but it's just one layer of clothes. So I'm willing to pay that.
If you would have said something, they sell fleece lined leggings at the dollar store here.
Well, I didn't
Yeah, if
know
you would have
that.
told
I
me,
was just on a
yeah,
quest.
if you were telling me, if you would have told me you were hunting those, I would have been like, oh, well, here, let's just make a handy dandy trip because those are spring leggings for us. Those are spring and fall.
Yeah. So between the merino wool under base layer and the fleece lined leggings, I'm pretty comfortable without a coat. I don't like all that. I don't want to be bound up, and so I still have freedom of movement, still warm enough. I got good gloves, and socks and everything.
That's
So
why I wear my North Face because it's totally stretchy. I still have all my free movement that I need, but it's super warm. So
yeah,
um I love my my North Face. That's one of those that I just it it was a bit of a investment several years ago when I made the investment in the coat because I think they were probably like $280 then. Now they're a
yes,
little more reasonably priced, but
yeah.
mine's one of the first original that they had out. And for hunting, my hunting partner bought it for me and was tired because he was tired of hearing me whine about being cold all the time.
Yeah.
So that's what we
Yeah.
did.
My son he bought some, can't think of the name, it's ski wear. But again, that same fabric that's so thin and almost nothing, but
Yep.
you can't feel any cold. Like it is as warm as it can be. So he has the same kind of, real thin, but to now I had no reason to, spend that kind of money. Now my son-in-law, he likes to do the backcountry skiing. Um,
Oh,
he's got the big jacket that he wears, Helly Hansen. I think he's got like a 400 grain down jacket, but that's in case he gets stuck back in the back and doesn't make it out. But
you
um,
see that story of the um, gal who got caught in the avalanche and a skier got her out.
horrible,
Oh,
yeah, horrible, so terrifying, yeah.
that
So when it snows like that and it's not cold enough and the base slips and starts to melt, it gets really dangerous up there when the temperature is not
or
cold enough.
or when it gets super cold like that and they still go up on that and that it starts to absorb from the bottom up. So the conditions it has to be, and there's a very short window, and that's why you'll hear of 4 or 5 snowmobile or avalanche, because once it triggers it once in the backcountry, then it just goes, it's just a continual, because
It
it no
just
longer
keeps
had the
going.
snowpack. Yep, in that area it'll continuously trigger it because the snowpack has nothing to grab onto. You have to
Wow.
wait until for the cycle to start all over. Once everything melts, the ground warms, and for it's a whole process. But
Well,
I
I'm telling
lost.
you, in Aspen over Christmas, there were days that, I mean, I had on my warm pants, but my top, I was just wearing a regular sweatshirt and was completely comfortable, not cold. There was very little snow, It was very strange. So they're 20 inches they're looking at in the coming days. It's long overdue. Y'all, I think the problem is I think y'all had obviously your regular weather early, but it all for some reason, well, I guess El Nino, for some reason
Yep.
they said it all ended up east of Denver, and east of
Yep.
Denver just doesn't usually get that
Our
kind of
jets,
snow.
the jet stream didn't, they were thinking the jet stream was going to dip, but there was a polar vortex at the same time. And it just kept getting, the polar vortex just kept expanding outward and growing because it was growing on itself like a cyclone does. And so that didn't,
It looked like a hurricane.
yep.
Did.
And it when the jet stream didn't dip down, it didn't catch that weather system because it stalled right through the middle of Wyoming before it hit the prairie. Anyway.
Yeah, it's weird. January is
I see that.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you saw it.
I'm going to write that one down. I've been following another one out of Missoula, Eve Masson Prather. She's on 13 Days Missing, mental health issues, and she walked away on the morning of December 30th and never returned, out of Missoula, Montana.
Cleopatra, there is an online, now I think it's a great idea, this idea of maybe having AA or some kind of support group on YouTube. I think that's a fabulous idea, well needed. But there is a website that you can go to. It's called In the Rooms with an S.
Yes.
And that is all AA, NA, SAA. So all of it
all
is
the
done.
A's.
Yeah, all the A's. So you can definitely go there and you will find a good group there because there are hundreds of meetings going on at any given time. Some of them are fairly standard, skills-based. Some of them are more kind of chatty support group, kind of, sponsor type of thing. But they're definitely there and people are talking. It's live, like we're doing right now. And you can find some help there for sure.
And over there, they have parameters and rules about what stays on their platform and that kind of things to help protect your identity and help keep you safe. It's really, as unfortunate as it is, it's not safe to do those type of meetings publicly on YouTube. It's really not even safe to do them privately because friendships fall out a lot faster. Digital friendships are not like a real life friendship, and out here information is currency.
And whatever you do, stay out of Discord. My God, that is a toxic. But everything bad happens in Discord. It's weird.
The definition of the name of the app tells you everything. Discord. It means hate and discontent.
Just so
stay out of it.
Yeah, that's right. It would be easier access. That's why voice cover on YouTube is another invention. So you can change your voice on.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
You can do AI. I've played a little AI. I've been playing with AI. I decided that since I can't beat them, I will join them and I will. I've animated a few people out here. I've went out and made an AI character, and then I've taken and put their words about what they're talking, and I've made some animated shorts.
I love that. I want you to do that for me.
I can do one for you.
I want to be an animated person.
I can do one of those for you. I'll get one going. I'll get it emailed over to you.
That would be too fun. Very cool.
That's what I did. I was like,
I'd like to have a picture like that's a picture of me, but then they turn it into a cartoon. but
Yes,
I don't know how they do that. But I would like
Canva.
to,
You can do
if
it
I
in
had one of those, I would use it, on my like Twitter and avatar and whatnot.
I can I'll get it for you. I just need you to send me the right picture that you want and we can put it through Canva. The Magic Maker has the ability to do that with it.
Oh, I can't. Okay, so I have Canva. You said the
You have
Magic
Canva?
Maker.
Magic Maker.
Where
You can
is
go in and you can upload your image into it because you can go into uploads and then you can upload your image and then you can take that image into Magic Maker, or there's a couple other AI programs that will play off of it and you can digitize your AI yourself.
Okay, I see Magic Eraser, Magic Expand, Magic Grab, and Magic Edit.
Do you have the
Not
free
bad.
version or do you pay for it?
No, I paid for it.
It's Magic Edit.
Magic Edit. Okay. All right. Brush over area to edit.
Hang on, let me get it. Let me pull this up. Canva. Okay, so it's being slow to open. Okay, so mine's just being slow. I apologize. Some days my computer hates me. Okay, so I go into make a blank video. And then over on the left, maybe as soon as it finishes opening. That's the other downside to living where I live. The weather, when it gets so cold, equipment doesn't like to work. And that's one of the direct
Oh,
results is internet is slowed down immensely. Okay.
interesting. I
Do
wouldn't
you
have thought about that. Yeah, but that makes sense.
do you see Magic Media?
I don't see that. Let me try searching for that. Hold on.
Because I think
Go
it's an
home.
extension.
Okay, Magic Media. Magic Media.
I think it's an
Yes.
extension
But
onto
there's a bunch of templates here. Oh, these are cute. Oh, these
Yes.
are so cute. I like these.
And you get like 499 credits or 500 credits through the end of the month, and then it refreshes.
All right. Well, I'm
So
gonna
you
have to
can
play
play
with
in that.
this. Look, I'm terrible at this kind of thing. I'm a lot better writing a paper than I am doing
It's
computer
okay.
stuff.
You wouldn't believe how quickly you can pull that up because uh it like if you can type out a beautiful description, AI will make it for you. So if you did middle-aged, blonde hair, green eyes, middle-aged, long blonde hair, green eyes, thin, glasses, fairy tale princess, and then hit generate. Poof. It's all about the wording and the descriptors that you use. So if you can write, you can make a really good AI because of the words that you use.
Fun.
That was one of the things that I learned because like sometimes if you use basic words like mad, fat, angry cop, it'll come back with a reds that says, we cannot generate that. One of your search terms violates our blah, 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 blah. Well,
Yeah.
so then you use your thesaurus to figure out alternative ways to say what you said. And
I
it's
see.
worked out quite well. YouTubia has quite a few people in it. So
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take some time and play with it. But today I'm gonna be just very lazy and I'm gonna watch some movies and just do nothing,
Okay.
nothing.
Have you watched that Let the World Go Away with?
Yes, and all their Illuminati weird symbolism, and I know.
Okay, have you seen Sound of Freedom?
I watched it the other night and cried until I just couldn't stop crying. But those are the only two things that I've watched in, so I don't know. But
If you have Paramount then.
mhm.
So there's a three-part series on Showtime called Murder in Bighorn.
Okay.
It it covers It's Missing Murdered Indigenous, and it covers Henny Scott. It covers Henny Scott, who went missing in 2018. She was 14. Then the
Oh,
next one is a 16-year-old, and then it was Selena Not Afraid was the the middle one in there. Those do it. I've watched it. I'm going through a second time. I have a page and a half of notes so far. I still want to discuss it because on May 5th, that is Missing Murdered Indigenous Person Day. I have been invited to go down and partake in Riverton on the Wind River Indian Reservation and march with the Shoshone tribe. So
very interesting.
that's what I plan to do. These ones are all out of Montana. This is Bighorn County, Montana. It's Hardin, Crow, Lame Deer. It's just north of me. I'm from Bighorn County, Wyoming. So
Mm.
they the Bighorn counties butt up, but it really gives you a big look into, and um, you will find that all three of these girls have the same death, hypothermia. They were all found within 150 yards of the last place they were known. One girl was found um, in somebody's backyard 8 days
Oh my
later.
God.
Kisara Stops Pretty Places. Okay. And right now we currently have another one missing out of that same area. Her name is, hang on, let me find it. And I can almost, I like, I, I almost want to say she would probably be found and have the same outcome. She's missing out of Hardin right now. I think it's Old Elk is her last name. Let me look, but I bet if she's found, I bet she'll be found in the cold. Sarah Old Elk, missing from Hardin, Montana. Um, and she'll probably have hypothermia as her cause. It's in the Indian Country Facebook page, but this one is where my heart's really been called. Um, I've got my own ties to it, but it's where my heart is really called on this. So
Wow. Yeah, I'll definitely look. Murdered in Bighorn. So sad.
yep, that's a three-part series. I sat and watched it. I took it all in one sitting. I took notes the first episode. I was cooking spaghetti and kept just the tears just eyeballed through it all.
Bye, Hannah. Try to stay
The Not
warm.
Afraid,
I'm sure. I'm
Selena Not
sure we'll be
Afraid.
home soon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Sorry about that, voices. Yeah, no, it sounds. I'm gonna definitely watch
That's
it.
okay.
That'll be one that
Selena,
I'll watch.
when I was in the mission, Selena Not Afraid and her family were in there. They were also residents of the women and family shelter. And then her sister Zoe.
Is she the one they made the movie about? There was a movie that was made. My poor old brain. I cannot
No,
remember.
that's the singer Selena. That's No, that's the
No,
movie. That's the singer Selena from Mexico.
no, not this movie is about indigenous women going missing. I cannot remember the name of the girl in the
Yeah,
movie.
it's it's quite probable. It's quite.
I thought it
It
was
might
in
be the
Alaska.
one off of
I don't
Jermaine
remember the name.
Charlo is another one off the Blackfoot Reservation. Um,
So
there was a really good Dateline episode.
my grandfather's mother was full-blooded Blackfoot Indian.
Mm.
But I definitely got the Irish side of the genetics, but yeah, so my great grandmother is Blackfoot Indian.
Yes, you've got the face shape and the eye shape. You've got the
Oh,
almond
do
eyes, and you've got the face shape. You've got the same similar characteristics that I pulled out of my family's lineage, because we have Sioux, Cheyenne, and Cherokee in ours. So, yeah, my great grandfather married a Cherokee princess. They came out of Peacock, Texas. I guess it would be 3
The
days.
movie I'm thinking of is Wind River. That was the name with Jeremy Renner. Yeah.
That's
But that is
that's a true story as well. That is a true.
yeah,
That's based on a true story as well.
From Wyoming.
Out of Yep. Yep. That's just south of me. That'll be where Wind River is just, that's the reservation that we'll march on May 5th. That's the Wind River Indian Reservation. That's where I went. That's where I went to college. Riverton is where I went to college. I started college. But yes, oh, this is awesome. This will give us a great, and I bet we can get Ms. Grable to talk with us too. She has a great story. She came home to live back on the reservation because she and her sisters are the most hunted species on the planet. That's how she views, because they are at such a high rate to be taken and something to happen. Anyway, thank you so much.
No, I really enjoyed you being up here. I always learn something whenever you come up on panel. January, I don't see, I'm sorry if somebody hid your comment, but I don't see where any comments have been hidden. So I don't know what happened. It says who blocked my comment and why. I don't see anything that was blocked.
Google did.
What?
Sometimes Google will take something out too. Google can edit that.
That doesn't sound good. You mean they just can spontaneously take something out of the chat?
Yep. I've had many people go to type in a chat and it'll happen, and it's a Google glitch, and Google will just pop it right back out.
Very strange.
Google has more control over us than we realize.
Yeah. I try to use DuckDuckGo as much as I can.
I agree.
Okay, well, we are looking at 2.5 hours, and you guys are so kind and fun, and I had a really great time spending time with y'all today. I don't see that
I'm so grateful for you.
No, this has been a very interesting conversation, and I'm going to watch Murdered in Bighorn, and awesome. Very good, interesting conversation. It was nice. So thank you. Are you following that,
Jules? I always.
Go ahead.
Which one?
I was just going to say,
I have been just following, just keeping an ear and listening just because of how crazy it is.
It's
I
crazy.
I honestly feel that there's probably more cartel ties, and
Mm-hmm.
they have sacrificed the ones they're willing to sacrifice so that it doesn't come back any farther. And I think everybody should be very cautious when they're covering it, because you don't want to become the next target to just spontaneously disappear.
Yeah.
And I think that this is something that we need to pay more attention to as creators and people covering true crime, about how quickly we could damage or put something in jeopardy or put ourselves at risk.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. No,
But
I think they cleaned
anyway,
up whatever
thank you
they was
again
trying
so
to
much.
cover
And
up.
we will, oh, I, Jules, we had it search out headless, handless body found at Little Sand Coulee. Cooley, Sand, SAND, Coulee. It'll come up with a story from Penny Preston, and that was all cartel. They cut a man's head and hands and feet off, and
Sure.
they had the ability to drop him down a mine shaft, and they
Yep.
chose not to drop him down the mine shaft. They left his body there so it could be found. And when
Well,
Penny
they're
went to the
sending a message.
location, there was a blood pile.
Yeah.
And so I do
Yeah.
believe that that is probably a lot closer to us than we realize. And so
Oh,
that just needs to stay in the backs of a lot of people's minds.
I will tell you when I had the realization that this wasn't just a little chat fest at the water cooler. When I was sitting in the courtroom in Colorado, and an FBI agent is sitting up on the witness stand, and he starts talking about something that happened on my channel. And I went, "What?
Oh,
Like, why is that being talked about?" In because I was discussing the the disappearance of Suzanne Morphew, and
yeah,
so the it can it coming out was because he was repeating what Barry Morphew said, and I was like,
because a
because he's
a
watching.
credible person used logic and reasoning and didn't embellish.
Yeah, but it sent a loud message to me that these criminals, they're watching us. They're watching all of this. They want to know what's being said. So all creators need
And
to remember that
that's
too, that you got some bad people that are hanging on every word that you're putting out.
it's made me wonder if that hasn't helped keep somebody a step ahead for a minute, you know?
Oh, I definitely think so. Yeah, for sure. Especially when you find information that hasn't been released and you feel like, oh look, I found something good. No, the cops already have that. They were just choosing not to put it out. Now you have put it out. So now the criminal changes direction. Like maybe adding an hour to the timeline. So yeah, no,
Well,
I agree with you. That can't remember the guy's name now. Cop Vax. Was that his name? Cop Vax, or the guy that looked like he was Clint Eastwood's brother. Cop Facts. I think, yeah, Cop Facts.
I think you're right.
He, he talked about this YouTube sleuthing interfering in, investigations, just specifically for that, putting information out that the cops had legitimately wanted to keep quiet. So I don't know. It's a slippery slope. It you cover a case too long, you get too deep down into it, you get too familiar with the minute details, then you have to cover yourself ethically and in a safe way, because now you're kind of flirting with danger. So no, I hear what you're saying. I also hear people talk about true crime. It's talked about on TV, and but the question is, how far is too far? You know, when are you saying things now that could legitimately make somebody want to shut you up? That's another problem with doing this on YouTube. You may be stepping on the wrong toes and not even know you're doing it, you know? So
I think, and with the digital laws changing and the
rapidly.
advancements that are
Yep.
being made, I mean, they're changing at a faster pace. Even just YouTube's rules. And, you know, I mean, there's multiple updates every month that you have to be aware of. And now it's, you know, it's very clear what's okay and what's not okay out here.
Okay, so all this talk about South Texas and all of the problems coming in with the undocumented, you know, and all that. So yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I'm losing track. Today's Friday. It was Wednesday.
It was Wednesday.
Texas went in and took over. The Texas Rangers went in and took over this big park that is down there near Eagle Pass, right? So they're down at Eagle Pass, and this is an area, JLR, it's got video down there in this large park area. And this was an area where a lot of the illegals were coming in, filtering through that park. And so Wednesday, Texas Rangers went in and took command of the park. They took over the park, they shut it down, nobody's allowed in or out. And now today, the department, this is crazy, the Department of Homeland Security has issued an emergency filing to the Supreme Court to block Texas from taking over border operations in Eagle Pass. The United States government is stopping Texas from protecting what basically
our country,
is the United States Constitution.
So essentially, our country is currently destroying itself from the inside out.
100%.
I mean, okay, so I sat in here and listened. I was very open-minded. I knew it was going to be a hard conversation when you were talking about the brown wave coming over. I knew I wouldn't be able to hold my tongue because I was like, oh, you mean their Welcome to America package? Because they're all dressed in Nikes and brand name and this and that. There's all the scooters that are out in front. They've redone the hotels so that they could make this New Mexico or, you know, New Texas or whatever new land. I mean, do they not realize what they're setting? You don't know what bad guy's already here. And do you think that they're only staying right there? No. It's not just Mexico. It was Bolivia. It's Argentina. Do you know how many people came over from the Philippines?
Well, they're coming through the Philippines to get here from China or wherever they're coming from.
Yes.
I have a video. I did several that it's from Eagle Pass. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick without taking a lot of dead time here. Y'all excuse me. I'll get it. Hold on just a second. Here it is.
January, if you're trying to put an email in the chat, it won't allow it. And you can't share links. It doesn't allow that. You have to be a mod to do those kinds of things. So that might be what's going on there, honey.
Thank you, voices. I'm going to fast forward through this video. I wish everybody would go watch it.
Well,
I'm going to
share it, and I'll come share it off your community tab. We'll get it out there. I think that more people need to be having these kind of discussions and worried about this kind of a thing, because you don't know. Oh my goodness, look at who walked in the door. Lady Rebel just walked in your door. She ain't been around here in a month of Sundays.
Hi, Lady Rebel. How are you doing? She was here. I think she was here last night, or no, I wasn't live last night.
That's your Disney partner. That's your damn Disney partner.
Oh, does she love Disney? Okay. So I'm going to show this video. How are you doing, Lady Rebel? Are you good? It wasn't a couple weeks ago. I don't think it was that long ago. Yeah, history, folks. The Alamo matters. There you go. Okay. So let me, yes, January, I know how long the border is, but I also know there's specific places of egress and entry that they're using.
Yeah,
okay,
they
so
can
I'm
use
gonna
area for their advantage.
You were doing your nails. Absolutely. I remember. All right. So I'm going to play a little bit of this video and you'll notice Trump's big, beautiful walls, the best walls, never been a better wall. It's the greatest wall of all time. Okay. You'll notice a little bit of that behind them. But
The
it's
only
just,
section that actually got built for the photo op.
I just think he's funny the way he talks. Oh, it's the biggest, best, greatest of all time. It's like, come on, chill, brother. Everything's okay. But I want to show this because the guy is going through and he's asking everybody where they're from, right? So just listen to this for just a minute.
Where's everybody coming from? Synagogue. Where are you going? Hold on, get in the line right here, right here. Hey, where are you going? Synagogue. We are from Synagogue, but where are you going? Right here. They'll pick you up right here. You can have a seat here. Huh? Michigan. Michigan, you?
Senegal. No, from the job. St. Louis.
St. Louis, you?
New York.
New York, you?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, you? Thank you.
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Thank you. Where are you going? New York.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Atlanta.
Atlanta. Thank you. You? Atlanta? You?
New York.
New York. Thank you. You?
Corona, New York.
New York. All right.
Yeah, New York.
New York, Atlanta, New York.
Yeah, New York.
And you stay?
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
California.
California, and you?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. I said, have a seat right here. ¿De dónde viene usted? De Perú. ¿A dónde se dirige?
You know they're from Peru. They look exactly
Aquí está
like
California. California. Tome gente.
Right. That definitely is Peru.
While we're out
Oh, no.
here, guys, I
Are
want
we
to show you
there?
guys the stuff that is out here. ¿Dónde vienes?
Agreed.
Ecuador.
like,
¿A dónde vas? New Jersey. ¿Y tú? Ecuador. ¿A dónde vas?
Honduras?
New York. I just want to show
exactly
you guys.
the
Look at this
state.
right here that I found right here right now. It's actually just like a little bag. Oh, it has drugs. It's got drugs. Oof, that shit smells. Not even gonna touch it.
Don't smell it, Daddy.
Where are you coming from? Synagogue? Where are you going? What state are you going? Sí, por favor. Synagogue. Where are you going?
I'm going to talk to you. He's been
New
told
York,
not to tell.
Chicago, California. Where?
He's not going to tell you. It's not your business.
Where are you going? Where? New York, California, Chicago. Where? Ohio.
Look at they're not going to tell.
Huh?
New York.
New York. Thank you. Where are you going?
Says New York.
You?
Well, of course. Why would we
See,
say
he's an
where we're
older
going to
guy.
go?
He knows not to talk.
New York. Thank you. Where are you going, sir?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia. You, sir?
New York.
Thank you. You?
New York.
Thank you. You?
New York.
Thank you.
New York. New York.
Thank you.
New York.
Thank you.
New York.
Thank you. Thank you.
Usman.
Where are you going?
Usman.
Usman.
Usman Jai. New York. New York.
Thank you. You?
New York.
Thank you. You?
New York.
Thank you.
New York.
All right.
New York.
All right.
And those people were put on buses and sent to New York. So, well, and they also went to Atlanta and they went to California. There were other places. Missouri. If you live in Missouri, you may want to ask yourself why these people are coming from other countries, primarily Senegal, on this day And they were all saying, or a large percentage of them were saying that they were going to Missouri. Very curious. There's that New York is a sanctuary city. That makes sense. California, Missouri. Why? What's in Missouri? So it's curious what's happening. It's very strange.
I don't want to be accused of racial profiling, but I felt like that was lining up for like some sort of infrastructure being systematically placed throughout the heartland of our country. I'm sorry, I have a very strict foreign interest policy. I'm very big, I'm fifth generation in my state. There's a reason that there was 4 generations before me, that came about the same time the state got founded. I have a very, like, I believe in buying American. I believe in, shopping local. I believe in my Second Amendment rights. I live in a state that has constitutional carry because it's nobody's business what my Second Amendment right is. But I'll be honest, that made me, I was super uncomfortable watching that.
And let me make you more uncomfortable. This video that I got this from, this channel, has got dozens of these that are taken on dozens of different days. This was 1 hour, 1 day out of how many? There were 6.7 million for 2023 that came in.
There was a brown wave that came across our border. They watched it. They watched it was a human parade that they watched come from the tip of South America north, and it just, people came, and they came from all over the globe and came together and caravanned it straight up. I mean, we've been watching this happen. And I mean, okay, so adjusted fate. It's not about hard versus easy. It's about money ruling the world. The U.S. won't allow other countries to rise above us. Yes, but here's the problem. We're no longer the top-rated monetary. The value of a dollar is like 82 cents, 79 cents maybe now. In the I mean, that's why your gallon of milk costs you $7 a gallon now, because the value of a dollar isn't a dollar. And so I mean, even gas costs are up, everything is up because the dollar isn't worth what it once was, right?
But there's something definitely happening that we don't understand. When Texas steps in, because we're overloaded. Our social services, we're down on taxes, income because of the oil and gas industry, and there's nothing else. There's no money. There's no additional
Have you
food.
looked at the crisis in El Paso right now? Look at that poor border town of El Paso. Their hospital is overrun. The hospital can't even take its locals. It is overrun with foreigners that have come across the border into our country and run that entire hospital because it's the first hospital to go to.
Correct. So a baby's being born just like crazy. So Texas stepping in to do something is not because they're trying to take on the United States government. It's because they're trying to save what little bit we currently have. We just about fully and completely lost control because we are overrun. Now, Texas, New York, Eric Adams the other day was having a full-blown meltdown because 14 buses came with illegal immigrants on it. Each bus would hold 70 people. Count that. That's 94 people. Right? Am I right about that?
Worried about the
79. Yeah, 94 people.
Right.
You're saying that your city is in a state of emergency because you've gotten 100 people that have come in that you didn't expect. We're talking about millions in Texas, millions. And there's no way to care for them. There's nowhere to put them. There's no jobs. It is terrifying what's happening. So them being flown out or put on a bus and sent somewhere else, that is strictly 100% for safety and humanity reasons, because we don't have anything now to offer them. It's that bad. And
They
you've
honestly
got
should be put back on a bus, driven back across the damn border, asked to deboard the bus, and
well, they're
and let us come back.
breaking. Yeah, they're breaking international law. Because
Yes.
the way the international law reads is
Thank
that
you.
if they are being exploited, if they're in danger in their country, that they're to go to the first safe country and declare asylum there. But they're not doing that.
Right.
They're coming through 3, 4, 5 countries to get specifically. US is being targeted. And Mexico recently has stepped up and admitted that that is happening. And now they are putting a lot more people on the streets to try to arrest some of these people that are coming straight for the US. But it's just a drop in the bucket. But the important thing is that the people, we the people, need to know that Texas took over a park Wednesday to try to get control of so many people coming in. And now, less than 48 hours later, what was 36 hours, the Biden administration went to the United States Supreme Court to tell Texas, no, you have to allow the invasion to continue. Everybody needs to stop and ask themselves, what does this mean? And I don't know the answer. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that because then I'm going to say, I'll tell you what it means. I don't know. It is the most illogical thing I've ever seen. I don't understand it. I don't know, what
it
happening.
means. It means we're fucked. Sorry.
Well, I hope not.
There's no other way. Okay, it's Jules. Even if they stop it now,
we still have to take care of the people here. Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed.
That's my point. In a country who has more homeless veterans.
Yes.
In a country that has a failing social security system. In
a
country that has a
look what they did to those people. Those people were living dignified, hardworking lives, and these big, like, what do they call them now? Globalists. They don't want there to be any borders or anything like that. They came in and took every one of those jobs and sent them to Vietnam and China. And now those people live on an economy that is pain pills, like opiates, and healthcare. That is the only thing that gets money into those communities, is the hospital paying nurses and doctors. And then when patients get pain pills, they use the pain pills to buy their groceries. They exchange groceries for pain medication. And that is how those people are surviving. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Have you watched the series Dope Sick? It's on Hulu. Give that one a watch.
I don't think so.
It's all about the big pharma. It's about the Stackler family.
Yeah.
Hey,
I knew. I know you're talking about.
Okay. Did you see Jelly Roll address Congress?
No.
Oh, Jules, you've got to do yourself a favor and look at it. I shared it on my community tab from C-SPAN. Seriously, his words were powerful. He let, like, John Tester's face. John Tester is out of Montana, and he's the one who they pan over to when Jelly Roll is talking, and like just the look on Tester's face, priceless.
Like he couldn't believe the story, or was embarrassed, or
who it like, oh great, now we're being spoken to by a former addict. Like, we're being preached to about our drug crisis by a criminal. It's the good old boy. Who is this looking down his nose at this man sitting in front of him with face tattoos? And it's the judgment. Tester is an absolute. I got my own issues with John Tester.
I remember his name. He must have done something. I can't place it, but I remember the name.
Yeah, and he's
Didn't he, John Tester? Did he say something incredibly racist or
he is incredibly racist. He is incredibly racist.
classes?
Tester is not a good. Tester has a long track record.
Was he like a professional athlete at some time?
No. He's like farmer. Lost part of his hand in a combine accident. 5th generation Montana farmer. A Secretary of the Interior is what I believe. I think I could be incorrect.
I know.
I just know that
he's a jerk.
Yes,
I know.
Yes.
All it takes is for me to see his face. I know who he is.
As soon as you see that fat little face and that pug nose, you know exactly what that man is all about. Just take one look at him.
Yeah. He basically hurt every farmer in Montana, right? He made some kind of, he voted on something that basically destroyed the local farmers.
It took 5th generation farmers and put them under and just ruined because of the ag bill that he passed and pushed through. It was like a bait and switch type deal. There was so much pork. There was so much pork in it that it screwed them because it took away like BLM rights and something else about grazing for public lands. And then it's also ties back to something to do with the wild horses and the overgrazing that's been happening. And then they've reduced the number of BLM, Bureau of Land Management, not Black Lives Matter, Bureau of Land Management. We got lots of federally managed land out here in the West.
Hey, look, I'm going to say this, and it may not be a popular thing to say, but the Bureau of Land Management was sort of our introduction to what was the coming Department of Justice. They were criminal.
That's all it was.
They were criminal when they killed that guy.
Ammon Bundy.
But it wasn't Ammon that was killed. What was the man's name that got killed? They shot him. He was out in the snow.
Ruby Ridge.
No, it was connected to the Bundy group.
Not Ammon Bundy.
The old man's name that died was, I think he got out of the car and they shot him right there with everybody watching. Bundy.
Oh, I can't think of his name.
That was horrible. I couldn't believe my government did it. Finicum, Lavoy Finicum. That was it.
Yes, Finicum.
The minute I saw that, I wept when I saw there were helicopters, and they actually showed his murder by BLM. This was a man who multi-generation farmer, a rancher. I think he was from Phoenix. I think he was from Arizona, and he had like 6 or 8 foster kids that he and his wife could never have their own children. So they started having foster kids, and he taught them all how to do a business and how to work the land and how to work the cattle. This is a good man, good guy. And
didn't they come in and declare eminent domain on his land?
Yes, they did.
And he was hauled off. I mean, we've had that happen right here in Hot Springs County. The government's come in and claimed eminent domain on 4 or 5 people's property. Ran several out of this county and sent them up to they relocated outside of what would be considered Lucerne, which is between Waterland or between Thermop and Kirby. It was just it used to have a school years ago, but once it became unincorporated, died out. Last family, and then they declared eminent domain on it and took their cattle ranch, and they're now ranching up north of Roundup up in Montana. So I mean, this kind of stuff happens all over out here in the West. And I mean, part of actually really, if you stop and look back into our history, it goes all the way back to like the Johnson County War, when the cattle ranchers got pissed off at the sheep herders because the cattle ranchers thought the sheep was going to contaminate the water and graze off all the land, and it started the Johnson County War, which is something that like was in my state's history. So I mean, it's insane the way this happens.
Yeah. But you know, when you grow up the way that I did, and I'm a little bit older, you know, I believed all of those Saturday morning cartoons, you know, oh, I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. You know, I believed all of that. And I believed in my government, and I believed in law enforcement, and, you know, and then you watch them shoot a man who can't even stand up because the snow's so deep. He's zero threat. And not only did they open fire on him, I'm talking about 7-10 guns. They also shot into the other Suburbans that were filled with people. And you're asking yourself, why are you doing this? Because you have an argument about land? It was horrible.
It was a tactical. It was a they viewed him as a tactical threat because of his ability to be independent and self-sustainable.
And he was a good person. He was a good person. He was following all the rules. They made fun of him because he started his day with a prayer because he said he didn't drink. They were literally making him out to be a joke. But
wait, I thought there was something to do with taxes. Wait, I thought there was something to do with taxes, that he had some back taxes that he hadn't paid. He was holding out. I thought there was something to do with that.
Land. Wasn't it about? I thought it was all about the land. Maybe I'm wrong. It was a long time ago.
I think it was taxes on the land, and that was what was going to hold up a permit of some. I mean, it's one of those, I thought it was a loophole. And then because he stood on his right to say no, they essentially murdered him because he refused what the government wanted to impose upon him and his family. And he became enemy of the state. They viewed him as a homegrown terrorist.
I remember the family agreement had, well, this is Los Angeles Times. They're saying that it was a land grab by the United States government.
It was. They came in and declared eminent domain on his land. They grabbed that land and took it from him. They murdered him so they could take his land. They murdered all of his family. There were anybody that stood in line to deed it, to get the deed, is now either in jail or dead. You can't tell me that this hasn't been in the works for 50 years. They tried it then. Look at Ruby Ridge. Look at the Montana, the standoff that happened in Montana with the militia years ago.
So it said that his papers that had him basically own the land. It wasn't owning the land, but it was like his family owned it for several hundred years, as long as they had continuous beneficial use of the land. And that meant that they were putting the land to good use. And he was ranching. He was a commercial rancher. And
they tried to starve him out every way possible.
I don't see. It says that the argument of the government common for benefit of life, the individual had turned the land into his personal property. How did he turn into there was no title, nor had there ever been a bill of sale, just the transgenerational agreement with the United States government. They operate from the perspective God-given land is only common until someone does something productive and beneficial with it. From then on, it is his or hers alone to use properly. Of course, this is bad. When the United States pushed American Indians off the land, the justification was that Indians did not use the land productively or beneficially. This required a very narrow and self-interested definition of productive and beneficial. Farmers and ranchers believed they improved the land with their labor. I don't see anything about him having, it was all about the Homestead Act of 1862 and the Preemption Act of 1841. But I don't see, they may have found some or invented some tax issues. I don't remember that though. 1/3 of the nation's land, most public lands, would not serve the maximum public interest in private ownership. 76, Congress passed Federal Land Policy and Management Act, repealing most of the old laws. Official BLM mandate is to keep the land open and accessible to all users, preserving it for their future.
Yeah. As much as I appreciate BLM, there are sections of public land that are privately managed, and it can be an absolute nightmare. You end up with a corner crossing, and that's been something that's been a big bone of contention in my state with some hunters recently about corner crossings, because they're cutting across the corner to access an unaccessible piece of public land. And it's all due to part of this still comes out of what we're talking about right there.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was my first event that made me distrustful of the government as an adult, was the death of Lavoy Finicum.
Yeah.
I was like, something is really not okay. This is not supposed to happen here. And it did. And since then, there's been a lot of things that weren't supposed to happen here at Ave.
Yep.
So,
and our borders were never supposed to. Our country wasn't designed on that. We were designed to be a melting pot. Welcome to anybody that wanted to, but there were rules when they came. You got here.
Yeah.
Yes. And you had to agree that these were what you were going to do. Like, that's why they established Ellis Island, right?
Yeah.
It became the landing point. So you checked in there. It wasn't just a case of you jumped off the ship and ran for what you got. It wasn't like that. Think about even the land rushes. When they went west, you were still checked in and you had to sign, I'm headed west. My intention is to get this piece of property at this location. You had to have a plan. You just set out.
So I will tell you, I lived in Egypt for about 7 or 8 years. And every year you have to get a new visa and you have to go say, here I am, here's where I live, here's where I work, I pay taxes to the Egyptian government, whatever. People would just show up to verify that you exactly were who you said you were and that you lived in the place you claimed that you lived. And it was always unannounced. And the company always had us renew our visa and our passports and everything like 3 months before the due date, because they said that if they catch you, you're going to jail. Like there's no question.
Oh, absolutely.
So my thoughts are, if Egypt is defending their border to the tune that they'll put somebody in jail for 5 years for overstaying a visa, maybe it's okay to have borders. maybe that's what normal countries do. So I don't know, but we're living a different reality. So I don't know what the game plan is, but they clearly have one. So.
Well, here's the one thing. I was having a conversation with a girlfriend, and I think that more people should be more worried about us living in a universe more like the Truman Show, especially with all of this AI that's going on. Because if you're plugged into mainstream media, the world looks one way. But if you're plugged into the alternative truth media, where you're getting like, I don't know, you're watching multiple media sources and being able to come to a reasonable, logical Occam's razor style theory of the state of the world and our country and localities. I mean, I really believe that we should be more afraid that it's not as okay as what they're making it say, what they are making it say that we are. Because it's, I mean, really, I believe that it is more Truman Show like than anybody's
Yeah.
willing to accept.
I don't know, being part of this whole true crime community discussion, I know one thing: if you've got, an operating telephone, they're gonna know exactly where you are, and they can listen to whatever they want to hear you say.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so are we living the Truman Show? Probably. They probably are watching. They probably are. I mean,
Well,
I have okay, so let me tell you this. So I play Oculus, right? I love the virtual
Oh,
reality stuff. And
you've
so,
got one of those. You've got one of
yeah,
those. Oh,
from the,
I want to find out about that because that's one of the things that my therapist has talked about for my anxiety.
oh
That
yeah,
might be
trip.
a really, there's a couple really good. She's talked to
Yep,
me about this couple. So cool. Awesome.
absolutely. Yeah, we use them at the hospital for pain management and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, I love, my Oculus. And when I get on the Oculus, I can go to Google Earth, and it is a virtual experience, right? You don't just
Yep.
look at a map. I can like get on my street and walk down my street in virtual reality and see my house and see everything. And I had that realization. I pretty much, maybe the Google Earth might be 2-3 days behind, but I can watch the position of my cars change and know, oh, look, they flew over yesterday or they flew over 3 days ago.
Oh, Jules, you know that's how YTA, YouTube is asshole, and I changed the course of Danielle Messick's case and turned it from a cold case to an active, open, ongoing investigation was by using Google Earth and the GPS satellite that flies over. We were able to put her truck on the mountain, and that's how we were
There you
able to
go.
tighten the timeline. And
There
that
you
is
go.
how YTA and I both did it, because I found it, I showed it to her, and then we took it to law enforcement. And that's what resulted in the September 2022 search up on the Crystal Creek rest area.
Wow, that's
I've
amazing.
got a video of all of that. I put it all
Yeah,
together.
I mean, it's absolutely real. It's the most amazing experience. And then the reality is this: with the military, and I can't really talk much about that, but the military, they can put a bomb in the lap of a man in a wheelchair in Yemen. They can zoom in on your backyard and see what it is that you're up to. So
Absolutely.
don't ever doubt. So if me, with nothing special, just a silly game, if I can go on and watch your cars changing in your driveway, walk right past your house, if I can do that, imagine what the military, the United States government, has access to. So no, I think we're in it. We're here. 9/11 sealed our fate. I mean, it was done deal at that point. They know, they're watching us, they're listening to us, they know what we're doing. That's for
Have
sure.
you?
And now they've got it fixed where if you make a purchase, $600 is immediately reported to the United States government. That is scary. That is scary. So
Have you
use
watched?
cash, everyone. Use cash.
Yes, absolutely.
Not because you're a criminal and you're doing something illegal, but 100% because you're entitled to your privacy. Nobody needs to know what you buy at the grocery store. It's nobody's business. I believe that in my heart.
Oh, Jules, I'm still old school. The minute my
Yep.
deposit hits, That money's
Yep.
out of my account. It goes into my budget envelopes, and I am a fully cash-based society.
So you do budget envelopes. That was a big thing for quite a while. People would just get just what they were going to spend, and then when that envelope was empty, they were done spending. I thought it was a great idea.
I'm Dave Ramsey, Financial Peace University girl. I did my debt
There you
snowball.
go. I gave that book to all of my kids when it all came out. So
I'll be
that's where
honest.
the envelope came from, right?
Yep. Jules, I'm 6 months ahead of schedule. They said it would be 12 years to pay my debt off, and my debt was paid off December 2023. So I came into 2024 with no debt. It took 12 years.
Congratulations.
It's taken 12. Thank you. It took 12 years to pay it off. And it'll be 12 years. 3/12 of 12 was the day I went to the mission and got sober, got clean, the whole nine. So it was about 6 months into that I finally did the Financial Peace University course. And we applied it, did the red line, the debt snowball, the quick pay down, all of that. And bam, they told me it would take 12 years, and I did it in 11 years and 6 months. So
amazing. Absolutely great. Very
but
nice.
that's why and it's my right as a United States citizen to use cash. So I may get my pay from disability, but that's my money that I worked and I paid into. And so they base what I get off of my years worked. I worked well into my 30s. It's not my fault that I was hurt. It's not my fault that my mental condition, I've taken responsibility for that. I've also stopped the things that contributed to that and righted my wrongs. So I've also learned how to live a very basic, meager, full life.
Great.
And it is a tight,
wonderful.
And that was something that the Dave Ramsey class taught me, was to pay cash for everything.
Yeah.
Cash is king.
Be your own financer. Yeah. Be your own bank. Yeah.
And I'm very strict with it. I think that's probably one of the advantages that I have about being out here, because I'm not out here for the financial gain. So if I do have some sort of a reward, it is absolutely because of what I've done out here.
Wonderful. Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a big thing for your servers. Always tip cash. Don't put it on your card.
Yeah. I was just reading what Diane put up, that the restaurants are withholding tips from waitresses when you put the tip on your debit card. Wow.
And they put it in their paycheck on the pay cycle, and then they tax them on that, because that's provable. If you're tipping them cash, then the waitress can claim their 10 or 12%. They say they made, you generally claim 10%. If you make $100, you claim that you made $20. So you claim about 20% of your tips. And that way, but when you do that and you put it on your debit card, or you add it onto you don't leave the waitress cash, they're holding that money. She's not getting it at the time. They're holding it. And then when they they add it into their paycheck, and then they're being taxed on that, plus whatever else they're taxed upon as well.
It's terrible.
And we know that servers make approximately $2.10 an hour.
And this is one of the things that makes me so furious about this whole Ukraine money and everything. And I'm not saying that Russia's right. I think Russia's completely 100% wrong. And I think this battle that they've been having has been going on for, hundreds of years. But here's my real problem with it. My real issue is that you're so hard up for cash. Talking about the U.S. government, you're so hard up for cash that you're going to steal the tips from waitresses that are making pennies anyway, because you need money so bad. You have to, pick at the little people, like a carcass, a crow on a carcass. But then you can turn around and send billions of dollars to a country that's not even the size of Texas.
Wow.
Why? What for their border when our border doesn't match that? So
it's a foreign interest policy, And it goes straight back to the foreign interest policy, because there's a resource that Yemen provides to our country.
Not Yemen,
Ukraine, sorry.
Russia, yeah. And
There's
there's really no benefit from this other than to say we can't let Russia expand their boundaries, right? But the
right.
problem is that we forced it. We kept moving the rockets closer to Russia's border, and Russia, for about 7 years, Russia kept saying, back off, don't move them, not another 100 yards. And what would we do? We'd move them 100 yards closer. We did it. The United States of America and NATO, we did do that. It is real. So, this idea that the great United States of America has done no wrong, it's not right. How many times have we dropped bombs on a country that was living like the Stone Ages? Why are we dropping bombs on people that are living in mud huts?
I'm pretty sure we just did that a couple days ago.
Again?
Yeah.
Who the hell did we bomb this time?
There was something that come up on my news feeds. It was a mud hut. You're exactly right. It was a mud hut. It was middle of somewhere. Like, why the hell would we have done something like that? Again. Oh. Hard left. What are your thoughts on the fact that the upper 2/3 of Hollywood and our federal government were all named in the three sets of Epstein documents? What are your thoughts on that?
I think everybody needs to look up Ricky Gervais doing, I think was it the Tony Awards or the Grammys? And he said, I really don't belong in Hollywood. He said, pedophiles, billionaires, and everybody's like, what? And I said, well, I mean, if the truth, the shoe fits, and you are named in the documents, you did go there. Why? So,
but in the words of Cameron Diaz, just because I went there doesn't mean that I'm affiliated with him. I don't know that man. I never met that man. I had nothing to do with that man. I was never around that man, but I went to his island.
Why did you go to this island if you didn't know anything about him? You had to at least been taking money from him. There had to have been some reason that you were given exclusive access to a place where the Prince of England was hanging out. Why? Like, there's other islands out there, Cameron. Where were you?
Well, it was the most, no, that's what her statement said. There was no room for whys. It was a flat out, and I'm sorry, but what's hood rule number 1? It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Deny.
Sure, absolutely.
Only beat dogs yelp. So that makes me wonder, Ms. Diaz, what else is gonna come out about you? Because you're the only one that come running right out into the press. That is the first one that, like, the day that the third set of papers dropped, she was right out in the press, hot.
Because they understand. Here's why. Because they understand that the majority of this country are good, decent human beings. And it doesn't matter what socioeconomic strata we're in or what city or culture we live in. The reality is that we're all living parallel lives, which are just, I want to take care of my kids. I want to take care of my family. I want to have a job to go to and feel good about myself. Everyone wants the same thing. There's a small percentage of people that are not like that. But the biggest majority were just regular, normal people. And those Hollywood actors and the musicians and the politicians, if we don't like them, they're not getting paid. And so even though their own lifestyles are, well, diagnosable, just because they're living lives that we would never want to be a part of or live, but they have to pretend to be something different. So we will go see their movies. Look at Tom Hanks is all over this Epstein thing. Oprah Winfrey is all over the Epstein thing, but they have had the nation turn on them in a way that is shocking. This fall from grace that Oprah Winfrey has experienced because of her connections with Harvey Weinstein and Epstein is shocking. So every one of those actors and actresses, they have seen what happened to Oprah and The Rock and Tom Hanks, and they don't want to be the next one in line to basically be destroyed. And they will be, just like Budweiser was destroyed. People are just tired, you know. It's like one thing to make a couple of movies with some questionable activities in it. That's one thing. But when you start coming for our kids, people say no, done, finish with this foolishness. And so, yeah, they're scared. They know that they're the Hollywood people. They know that they're being made jokes about them. They know that people are, because of the persecution of some politicians, so citizens are not being moved by, oh, he cheated on his wife stories. Nobody believes that anymore. Everybody's seen, it doesn't matter what mainstream media says, doesn't matter what the accusations are. We've come to realize it's not real. It's manipulation, and people don't want to be manipulated. So that's why she came running out scared. But yeah, no way she would have been there if she didn't know someone that was a part of it. Otherwise, why would she be even invited there, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
It just makes sense when you pull back and you look at the bigger picture. But I think too many people get down a conspiracy rabbit hole and they try to string things together when you can verifiably see proof in black and white. These people were on this island. Epstein's Island had better border policies than the U.S. does currently. He had a check-in.
Absolutely. They look at the estate that Zuckerberg is building in Hawaii on Kenai. It's got a wall. It's got a big, beautiful wall, the best wall that's ever been built. Oh, but it doesn't work in Texas and Phoenix. I mean, Arizona and California. It'll only work around millionaires' properties. It's very interesting.
Well, apparently it does, because Oprah's property didn't go up in flames.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
when you talk about those blue lasers.
Well, I mean, again, you go back to, if they can put a bomb in a man's lap in the middle of Nowheresville, East.
Yep. Desert.
East Desert Lane.
Yep.
Don't think that they can't create some sort of atmospheric disturbance to, create a cyclone or whatever that would prevent. I mean, I'm sorry. It's the longer.
Well, I will challenge you. If you haven't heard about this, you probably have, but for those people that have not, any good conspiracy theorist can tell you this, but just do this. Go back and watch the Hawaii drone footage from the fire. Okay. Go back and look at it, and instead of looking at the damage, instead of being kind of awed by the ferocious nature of the fire, I just want you to train your eyes to look for the color blue. Like this blue that is, highlighted on StreamYard.
Because that's a laser beam. That is
because nothing blue burned. And that ought to tell you something. Get someone to explain lasers to you. They can set that laser to avoid any color it wishes. If it wants to set it for orange, nothing orange will burn. If it wants to set it for green, nothing green will burn. So the lasers can be manipulated. And for some reason, with that particular fire, blue didn't die. So wrap your head around that. Very, very. And the mayor and the governor were so sketchy. They were
very bad actors. They were very bad actors. I think they were more like useful idiots that got turned into a bad actor because they were second rate. There was nothing viable. That was the biggest batch of bullshit that was passed off. They couldn't explain anything about any of it. Well, I don't know, freak accident. We don't know.
I'm sorry,
Again,
boys, I'm typing
no.
something.
Again, it's that whole deny, deny, deny. Rule number 1. Deny. It wasn't me. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know why.
Yep.
Because then that's going to automatically cause people to turn their conspiracy theory mind on. And that's the quickest way to throw somebody down a rabbit hole to get them off of.
Do you remember Mel Gibson did the movie, wasn't it called Conspiracy with Julia Roberts? What was that called? I think it was called Conspiracy.
I think so, yeah.
And that, I think that was the first step for the government using public humiliation to make people be quiet. Because they took this guy who was actually like special forces, military special forces, and they made him a crazy kind of conspiracy theorist.
Well, and then look what happens a few years later to Mel Gibson. Look what happens a few years later. They catch him in a rant that guaranteed any one of us could have been guilty in being caught in such a rant, thinking that we were in comfortable company. It's happened. Well,
wasn't it his wife that he was talking to and she recorded him? It did turn out she was really playing games with him, like in a horror with the kids, and in a bad way. But anyway, so this movie was put out, and it went a long way to say, if you ever go against the government narrative, then you're a conspiracy theorist. And that's the same thing as telling someone that they're schizophrenic or they're psychotic or they're just playing crazy. And that's kind of what's happened now. Whenever something comes up and people want to question it and say, wait a minute, this looks wrong. There's something here. Something's wrong with this. We need an explanation. Then they just discount and say, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. And I've gotten to the point now, make fun of me, call me conspiracy theorist if you want to, but my favorite word actually is conspiracy realist. I know what I'm saying is real. I may not understand the reasoning for it, but all I'm doing is explaining what actually did in fact happen. So I don't know how that's a conspiracy, but so I don't know. What's the weather in Wyoming? Salty says, how's the weather in Wyoming?
Cold. It says real feel is 27 below.
That's just yuck. It's just yuck.
Yeah, that's why I went out and did my errands this morning. No, I have to go check on an office later this afternoon to make sure its pipes are doing what they need to do and not freezing up. And
yeah, my husband came in a while ago and had all kinds of the insulation. He said, I'm fixing to winterize. I said, okay.
Oh my goodness, January and y'all are winterizing. We have to winterize in October.
We usually don't winterize at all because we get a warm breeze all the time. So like when we froze really bad several years ago, so we were pretty cold here, but just driving into town about 11 miles, like away from the coast, going into town 11 miles, there was a 20-degree drop in temperature. So the warm air coming off the water is kind of our saving grace, Hold on, Martin. I'm trying to get the name of the movie. I think it was called Conspiracy. Let me see.
We get those temperature inversions, and because where I live is like a great big basin, that cold air comes in and it settles in the valley, and then we get a cloud. Yep, we get a cloud cover over the top of it. It just sucks it in, and then it won't be until it'll clear, and then it'll warm us back up. But until that cloud, and it's just got a massive cloud pack on top of us, and so it puts us upside down in the temperatures. Normally this happens in February. Last year it was December because that's when I lost my house. I came home and I had 8 inches of water in my basement.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Water pipes busted?
The main water line coming into my house froze, and then after it froze, it cracked and it put 8 inches of water in the basement, and I lost my house. And then
Oh,
I got this place in September where I'm at now.
yeah.
I wanted to
I'm
be down.
sorry.
I wanted to be here where the hot springs were. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it's
Absolutely.
insane. Just, you know, last year ours was in December because it was 50 below. I was just digging through some videos. And I took a video last year in December when it was 37 below with wind chill, and I had to go out and feed horses.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yikes. Did you say a minute ago that it was 50 below?
Yeah. With wind chill, it was 50 below.
You need to move south. You need to at least go to Colorado. Get out of there, girl.
No way. Do you know how bad Colorado's taxes, and that's turning into California #2.
Excuse me. I do know because I am in fact looking for a place to live. And I am.
You need to come up a little bit farther north into Wyoming,
Girl,
because our property
I'm going to
taxes
tell
and
you the
everything's so much better.
prices that are for just regular little normal houses, right? Nothing big and fancy, nothing small and cramped, just a normal regular house will buy a bona fide mansion in Houston, Texas. I'm talking about a little 1,800, 2,000 square foot house, maybe built in the last, I don't know, 15 years. $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
$1 million. It's
That's
crazy.
Do you know over in Jackson, in Teton County, the billionaires have run the millionaires out. So the millionaires are they're moving south down into Star Valley, and they're pushing all the locals and the generational families. They're buying them out. The millionaires are, because the billionaires have run. You can't find about a 400 square foot house in Jackson is $2.3 million.
It's crazy. It's really
So
crazy.
I looked at a property here in the same town I'm in. I looked at a property similar to what I have. It's just got a bigger yard. Its house is about similar size wise. And right now it's sitting on the market at $190,000, and it's been on the market for 2 years.
Wow. Wow.
At $190,000. 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom.
So why is it just sitting? Why isn't someone getting it?
Because nobody wants to, because you have to think about the ruralness of where I live.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, Walmart
I've read stories about some of the Hollywood elite that have come to Wyoming or Montana and bought, some land.
Jeffree Star.
One of them, was it Kirstie Alley? One of them had a place there and was talking about being stuck in the cabin for basically what was about 8 or 9 weeks because the snow literally covered the door.
Yeah.
And just couldn't get out,
Depending on where you're at and how bad it gets, absolutely. Jeffree Star, he bought meat and makeup, started his company, Jeffree Star Meat. He has meat and makeup out of Casper, and that's about 2
he's
hours.
Selling cattle?
No, he's selling yak meat. Turns it into jerky. Yak.
Wow.
Turns it into jerky. As soon as the weather, it'll probably be March or April, maybe even May. But I'm gonna make a trip to his store.
Interesting. I saw a video the other day, that girl who either has a genetic condition or she's anorexic, the YouTuber.
Eugenia.
Yes.
Anorexic.
I have found that she has been befriended by Jeffree Star.
Yeah.
And she's spending quite a bit of time on his ranch.
I hope
I'm not
so.
sure. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Part of me thinks maybe this is a good thing. maybe this is a good thing that maybe she gets some support that's different than in. There's some questions about her mom. Maybe there's some trouble with mom or something. But I sometimes wonder if she doesn't, instead of anorexia, maybe she has a genetic problem. There is a genetic condition where people, they have a heart condition. They usually have an inverted chest, but that they also are very, very thin and very long limbs and long fingers. She kind of has that look that it may
You know
not
what?
be.
It could be a combination of both.
Well, yeah, for
And,
sure.
and honestly, the best thing that she could do for herself is to go get genocide testing done. Honestly, that's what changed everything in my whole world with my battle with my mental health, and all of that was to have the genocide testing done. I was able to find out that I had an extra half chromosome. My med management doctor had a theory that that's what it was,
Yeah.
and it turned out that I'm blessed with an extra half chromosome,
Yep.
and it makes me a super processor. So I process everything. I metabolize meds quicker.
Yeah, I've heard of
It
that.
comes down all the way around. And so once they were able to figure out the right med, there's been a direct change in everything.
That's so
Um,
great.
and honestly, Jules, the best way I can explain it is like wearing a pair of glasses that were covered with Vaseline and then having somebody completely clean them and being able to put them on and see completely clearly. That's the difference.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we do when we're trying to find medication for certain people that just don't seem, the medication doesn't seem to be working well for certain types of neurological conditions. They can do that testing and find out genetically what medication are they most likely to respond best to.
Yep.
So that is so great that you found some help that way. It's really good.
And then to be able to find it right here in this little teeny, good ring that I was in, the biggest
So
city in Montana.
how many people live in your town?
In my town, there's about 4,000. But in the town I grew up in, where I had been living, there was 2,200. Most of them I grew up with. There's a good majority. If they're not dead, there's maybe a handful that have moved out. We've lost probably a dozen that I graduated with. I had 40 in my graduating class. We started kindergarten together, and all but 4 graduated together. They were the 4 that died between freshman and senior year. And then, but yeah, so like our class, the majority of us, and we're still friends. And I mean, we grew up together. And there's a high population of us that have, we've left and come back, or they never even left.
Yeah.
And Karen, yes, Kanye does have a place. He has 2 places in Wyoming, one of which ties back to one of the missing people cases in my home county, Devontae Richardson. He is from Washington, D.C., and he thought he was tweeting Kanye, and he made a 30-hour road trip from D.C. to Grable, where his vehicle ended up abandoned on a remote rural haul road approximately 12 miles as the crow flies from Kanye's property outside of Grable, near Shell, Wyoming, at the base of the Bighorns.
Wow.
I've got all of that case information too, if you want that too, Jules. We've got 3 open missing in Bighorn County. There's 1 in Washakie County, Brianna Mitchell, and then there's
Are they all close to the same age, or are they all different?
no. Kyle Ellis was mid-20s, early 20s. Devontae Richardson, they all went missing they were like 3 years apart. Kyle Ellis.
The engineer, was he an engineer or electrician maybe?
No. He was a producer, music, trying to break into tattoo artist, breaking into the music world.
No, I don't know who that is.
Kyle went missing. Kyle Ellis went missing in 2018, January 8th of 2018. Devontae is July 2020. So it was the height of the pandemic. And then Danielle is 2021. And then Brianna is 2023. And Katie is 2023.
So scary. Have you heard that there were other missing kids around where Summer Wells went missing? Did you hear that?
I heard that there was a second one.
They said, so Candace told Morbid X that there were 2 other missing kids from that area, but then she refused to name them. And I thought, that's strange. Why aren't people all over that?
No,
talking?
There was. I want to say there was 2.
Who were they? You know their names?
I don't know their names, but I will ask somebody. Lady Rebel, if she's still listening, she may have that answer. I know that that's where she followed deep into a lot, but I do remember there were 2 more missing out of Kingsport, either since Summer went missing or one before and one after. And I don't remember what the outcome and the result was, but I do remember 1, if not 2.
Well, I'll tell you something. Talking about other possibilities outside of the family, that guy from the church was creepy to me. There was way too much. He was way too deep involved in her disappearance too early. They didn't really know, the family didn't really know him. And I thought that was really strange, but nobody ever talks about him anymore. And then he left. I don't remember even what his name was.
Let's talk about what the dog said. Let's talk about what the cadaver dog.
The dogs didn't say anything. They said, "Welcome, friend."
Well, I mean, like, they brought in canines, right?
Yeah.
And they brought in a cadaver dog.
Yeah.
So there were 2 different, and there was
too many dogs there.
Right. But at one point, the dog followed her scent down the driveway.
Yeah.
That would have had to have been her most recent scent, right? Because the dog will find the other scents. Once it has her scent, what it does, if you think of the color blue, and the brightest blue being the most recent scent, and the darkest blue being the oldest scent, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the dog is going to go look for the brightest of the blues, right? Because that's the most recent scent. So that's what the dog found, was her most recent scent. Yes, it lost it down at the end of by the gate.
So she got in the car with someone.
Well, here's the other part of that. Dog's noses also work on a fear scent, right?
Yeah.
So it had to be somebody the little girl knew. Otherwise, she would have been afraid, therefore putting off the fear scent.
Sure, I would believe that.
Why does nobody ever talk about that?
I don't know, but I agree 100% with that. Yep.
That would be an ethical way to have a conversation. Go out, do your research on dogs. Go out, do your research on that dog, on that scent specific. Contact that handler.
A lot more interesting video.
Because what you're going to eventually do is you're going to actually start to learn, and then you're going to develop an interest in how canines and scents work. Therefore, you're going to become a knowledge base of that, being able to help in future missing local cases, because you're going to be able to work in a network of people, because you quickly learn how to weed out who's right, who's good handler, who knows how to work their dog. That's part of the reason that we have our business.
The type of dog matters too, because like a bloodhound, you can't use a bloodhound to find a dead person, because they move away from the dead. The smell is too uncomfortable, so they won't get within a mile of their bodies. There's stories of them circling, but they circle at like a 3-mile parameter. So
now
they won't accept if you're looking for. Now, if you're looking for a living person, then they're exactly who you want. But if the person is believed to be dead, you might as well send them home and get a, like a German Shepherd or something. Because
Although I can counter that, because I can put you in touch with a man out of Colorado named Duffy, who works with bloodhounds for cadaver work. He worked on Kelsey Barrett's case. He also worked on Kelsey Schelling. I will connect you with him. He has a dog named ML. ML, the nose knows. I can connect you with Duffy. He worked worked hand in hand with an organization called Justice Takes Flight. Again, they're really shady. I wouldn't, not promoting them or anything like that. That's a warning. Don't mess with that organization. However, I can give you, I can let you, I can connect you if you want to know stuff about that. I can connect you with Duffy, and he can explain how it is. It also depends on their training, because if you train them.
So the military, so they do use bloodhounds, but the bloodhounds will just circle, and they'll keep 1 mile to 3 miles away from the dead body. The bloodhounds won't go into where the dead body is. They circle where that scent is. So now at least they have a better parameter for where that person is, but it still is quite a search. And so then they'll bring in other types of dogs that can tolerate the scent better. But there's no doubt a bloodhound they won't go up to a decaying body. They can't. I guess it makes them thick, or I don't know, but
it's got it. Yeah. We have dogs and drones, and
drones are a game changer. I'm talking. So the person that I knew that knew everything about working with these dogs and doing it, that was probably 10, 15 years ago. But he was the vet. He was one of the handlers for the state search team for the prison system.
That man is a wealth of knowledge, I bet.
So he knows, what they had the state bought 4 of these bloodhounds, but then they probably had must have been like 30 other dogs that were used. But the bloodhounds would be brought in, let them go, watch them, and they would watch them on the computer, and they would see them start to circle. And even though it was quite a wide berth, it was a long, wide diameter, at least they would know, okay, our guy is there. But then you're still searching 12 square miles
roughly.
So so at that point, then they would bring in other types of dogs, to pinpoint the area what they were looking at. But these were pretty cool.
Just said something.
Like one of the dogs was $65,000.
Oh,
yeah. So
you just said something that made me think of. So in Devontae's case, our sheriff in Bighorn County, Ken Blackburn, said that they had dogs, drones, helicopters, horseback, foot, and they can confidently say that Devontae was not and has not been within a 6-mile radius of that Jeep.
Wow.
And and Blackburn went on record saying that. So that tells me, with that being put in newspaper print as his statement on the record, as well as Nate Kreider, the sheriff's deputy who's in charge of the canine, and both of them said we can confidently say
he had been here.
That tells me that him and his Jeep got separated.
Yeah.
Which also supports.
So who was driving the Jeep, right?
Right. So who drove the Jeep out there? Because it was put in such a remote location. Like, we're talking 6 miles out of town, but if he would have walked as the crow flies, half a mile forward, he would have, like straight ahead, he would have been at a property. So even if it were dark, there was a yard light.
Wow.
So that tells me that he and his vehicle got separated, which also that supports the fact that a kid from Washington, D.C., inner city D.C., driving a 2017 Jeep Compass would not leave his keys inside of it, no matter how rural or remote. Keys, 2 cell phones, and a laptop inside of a Jeep. But his tattoo equipment was missing. So that tells me that he probably got out to do a tattoo somewhere. Him and his Jeep got separated, and somebody decided to dump that Jeep out in the middle of nowhere, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Is this the same kid that was in the free hug, the policeman hugging him? Devontae Hart? Is that
no, Richardson. Richardson.
Okay.
DAVANTERICHARDSON.
Oh, I see him here. Okay. Boy, they are really pushing Devontae hard, aren't they? Okay, I see him. Interesting.
So I took this case, I took it to ICIDML, and he covered it first. And then I also took it to Scott Fuller with the Hidden Truth podcast. He also has Status Pending. Scott just moved down to Riverton. So he moved from Minnesota to Riverton. So he now works for County 10. And he also covered the Amy Roe Bechtel case, which there's just been some new movement in that case also, in the process of uncovering stuff on Danielle's case. Somebody dumped us some information about Amy Roe Bechtel, and my partner actually worked that case. That was like, he worked it for 15 years. That was like his initial case as a deputy. So it's kind of funny how the inner workings. And Amy Roe Bechtel's case ties back to Dale Wayne Eaton, the Great Basin serial killer, who originally was picked up for the murder of Lisa Marie Kimmel, Little Miss. She was driving from Denver to Cody and then up to Billings, and Dale Wayne Eaton got her at the Monetta rest stop, where she stopped to go potty, and he essayed her and then beat her, and then dumped her body and buried her car on his property. I mean, it's ironic how all of this all ties back together. And
You're connected.
Yeah. And I will tell you one other thing that was ironic. When I did the Light the Path event on Danielle's 1 year missing mark, and then we lit the path, and for Kyle, Devontae, and Danielle to bring awareness, DCI, Wyoming DCI, Department of Criminal Investigation, they had an officer show up. And the only reason she was there was to make sure that we weren't trying to say that there was a serial killer. How ironic is it that a law enforcement official shows up just to make sure that we're not trying to say that there's a serial killer?
Definitely nothing suspicious there, right?
In my opinion, the only time law enforcement comes out to try to keep you from talking about something is when there might be said thing.
Exactly. There you go. Exactly. So, yeah, that's, I'm definitely a military cop supporter, right?
Oh, absolutely. Amen.
9 times out of 10, I stand on that side. But I also know that there have been plenty of situations where, for example, one story that comes to mind, the cop was trying to get onto the DEA task force. And so suddenly he began catching all these people that had drugs and made him look like he was like a super drug guy. And to make a long story short, they proved he was planting the drugs on all these people. These were innocent people that spent years in prison because this guy was just trying to get a commendation to be trained to be able to work with the drug interdiction force.
Okay, I got one for you right now. Right
That's
now,
real, right? How many lives were killed by this one guy? They were sent to prison for years because he wanted a different job. And so when I run across one of these cases, like this guy coming out saying definitely not a serial killer, when I run across one of these cases, you can't just close your eyes just because they have a badge. There are, in fact, some, very few, but some bad cops. And if they target you, wouldn't you want someone to stand up for you?
Girl, you need to look up what's going on right now in my town. We have a cop that Buck Mascaro. He's currently on administrative leave because he killed an innocent man. He entered his home without a warrant because said man worked at McDonald's and there was some methamphetamine found, and the cop decided to go follow up without a warrant and broke into person's home, resulting in a firefight, and cop shot said person. Said person is dead. Cop is now on administrative leave, and we have a group that protests under the stoplight every night. Well, 5 nights a week. And they have a little heater and they set it up and it talks about, we want laws are for good laws are for cops too.
Sure.
Cops don't have a right to do what this man did. He entered as a law enforcement official. He entered into a man's home. The man thought he was being broke into, fired a shot, and the cop returned fire and killed him. An innocent man.
Yep.
Small town, Wyoming. Currently ongoing.
I'm going to look it up because I've gotten to this point with this one case where I think this guy's truly innocent that I'm just baffled. Like I can't even, like when I watch the courtroom and that, I'm just amazed. He's totally going to win his appeal. I'm convinced that he will win his appeal. But we'll see, but I'll look this up on Buck Mascaro. Is that it? Yeah. I'll look it up. I've been sitting for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what I
have to get up. Yeah, I got to get up. So
I got to do something different. But oh my goodness, this has been so much fun, Jules. Thank you so much.
I have had a great time. So thank you.
I enjoyed doing this. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, everybody. Thank y'all so much for just kind of, I said in the chat, in the title that we were just going to talk about true crime. I didn't name a single thing. I think I just said true crime. So we did that today. We talked about so many different cases. Nothing happened to the cops that screwed up on Gabby Petito's case. There you go, Diane. We totally called it, didn't we? In fact, we called it out before it was cool to call it out. We said, watching it the first go around, this channel, all of us said, that guy totally screwed this up. He was sucking up to Brian. They totally demonized Gabby. They could have saved her life. And we got in trouble. People didn't like us talking ugly about the cops. But we did it. We had it right. And turned out we were 100% correct in it. So you have to stand up for what the facts. You have to stand up for the right thing. You can't be in it for a popularity contest. You can't do it. There's a lot of bandwagoning. There's a lot of running in packs on YouTube, like gangs. And, if you disagree with the way they see it, then you're not worthy. And we can't do that. We just have to try to rise above it and call out what's right, call out what's wrong, and then see what happens. So that was definitely one of those cases with Gabby Petito. We all said the fight, the guy calling into the police station and saying this guy's hitting her, and then they said, oh, no, he wasn't hitting her. You're like, oh, are you paying attention to what the caller is saying at all? So some weird cultural undertones there that were very misogynistic for sure. Oh, my crazy girlfriend takes medication and now it's all over. Maybe you should just not be an asshole and then she won't need medication, I don't believe I said that. So, all right. You have a great evening too, Karen. I actually think I have a live scheduled and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it after sitting here for 4 hours. I was going to be really lazy today. Let me see what I have scheduled. We may need to change that because we had such a long live this morning. Let me see what it is. I know I was going to talk about Soto. God, the political landscape has gone crazy and it's only January. Can y'all believe we got a whole year of this? Whew. Do I have a live scheduled? I think I do for 8 o'clock tonight. Yep. I do have one scheduled for tonight. I think I want to, I'm going to move that, save. I'm going to move it. Yep. And I don't know when I will, because I had not planned on 4 hours today. But I will tell you this. I have not seen my husband today. Like he poked his head in. He said, I'm going to get the pipes ready for the ice. And we haven't talked at all. Like I didn't see him this morning or anything. I'm glad you were here with us, Martin. Thank you so much for being here with us. You should watch that movie, Conspiracy Theory. You'll like it. It's a good one. I haven't seen him, so I don't really know what's going on. I don't know if we're going to cook or go out, or I don't know what the plan is. So if I do need to kind of go for a walk and whatnot, so let me check and see. I've taken down the live that I had scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. If things are quiet, we're not going to do anything. I may come back maybe around 9 or 10. But I've got to get out and move around because if I don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight. My legs will be like jumpy and I got to burn my energy up or I'll never make it. So, yeah, Martin, I keep waiting for you and AK to go live. Maybe Martin, you want to come back and talk to us about Suzanne and Barry? Maybe we could do that. But let me play it by ear. Let me find out what my husband has, on the agenda for the evening. And then maybe I'll just come back down and we'll just kind of chit chat and talk later on tonight. It's almost gotten impossible to do because you've got such really great shows now that are coming out. You have Difficult Research. She always is talking about the Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, disaster. Brittany is usually on talking about the latest crime. T-Rev is really, on this whole San Antonio case. So the Crime and Fashion is great. Lawyer is usually got something up. So there's a lot of Scott Reich. I don't ever miss Scott Reich. So his channel. So there's just a lot of super, super good shows now that we didn't really used to have. So it's hard to kind of find a place. But I'm perfectly happy to come on and talk, even if there's just like 20 of us here. That's good for me. I don't care. We just have fun. But let me see what my husband wants to do. And if I'm not going to be able to do it sometime tonight, then I'll definitely be here tomorrow. Like definitely. So we'll talk about the same topic tomorrow. And watch this thing in San Antonio with Savannah, with Christopher Mirta and Ramon Presiado. They got some high-powered, big-powered attorneys. Big. So what's the deal? What's the deal? Who are these people? Where are they getting their money from? How are they managing to do all this? Maybe Ramon or Mirta, maybe they're the big kingpins that are causing all the drug problems for San Antonio. You know what I mean? Because for sure, Savannah and Matthew, they were not the big dogs. They're just kids trying to make a little money. I believe that. So, I mean, it's terrible they got caught up in that lifestyle, but that's how it is. All right. Y'all take care. See you later. Bye.